functioning mind, we can say,
Mm-hmm.
should do
Mm.
some certain things.
Mm.
And
Mm.
then I feel, after the silence, I feel I'm resisting to be like,
Mm.
not in this such moment,
Mm.
I'm not looking, like you say, not yearning for the truth, because I know
Mm.
my flight is tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's like blockage, strong blockage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I understand this side.
Mm.
For me, it's not important
Mm.
either flight happen or not happen. But
Mm.
at this moment,
Mm.
today, I need to learn
Mm.
this material level of
Mm.
movement.
Mm.
And a little bit scared
Mm.
if I go very deep.
Mm.
It's satsang. Like I can
Mm. Mm.
yes,
Mm. Yes. Mm. Mm.
I can press
Mm.
myself.
Mm. Mm. Hello. Welcome. Oh. Please. Yeah, yeah, please come in. Oh, that's okay. Oh, maybe I don't know what is appropriate. Maybe they can stay down, or if they are quiet, they can come here. It's okay. They are welcome. Thank you. Mm. 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 Hmm. Yes. So, yes, let's talk more. Mm. Is a Facebook Live scheduled? No, right? You can just go live. Yeah, you should have done Facebook Live through my personal page. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, so the ego is scared of the unknown. Oh my god, tomorrow is my flight, and now is not the time for truth.
Yes, no, I'm not saying not time for truth. So
Mm.
like book.
Mm.
I mean, I saying the truth
Mm.
maybe
Mm.
in a different
Mm.
deep levels, not deep like this material truth. Also, she's doing some work. She's replaying with you, and she's replaying accordingly relationship. Me too should learn something like this system. Learn something like I'm learning what I'm eating, what I'm not eating. I'm learning how to move because flight is there.
Mm.
Usually I'm avoid this level
Yeah.
of education.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I'm going in the
Mm.
like ultimate truth, you can say.
Yeah.
My attention switch off from this
Mm.
material thing,
Mm.
and we say, okay, there
Mm.
is no time,
Mm.
there is only God's will,
Mm.
and no personal,
Mm.
like I say,
Mm.
individual flavor.
Mm.
And
Mm.
deny. That's why I say it's also
Mm.
right now I say I should pay attention.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Not only for the
Mm.
talking,
Mm.
what is
Mm.
absolute now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everything has its time. Sometimes it's time to prepare for the flight. Sometimes it's time to let everything else go and be here. You can start the Zoom. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Sometimes it's important to let everything else be for one moment kept aside. Even though you have a flight, you can say, okay, until I am out of here for a short time, I won't think about it. Because there are always things that the ego wants to figure out. There are always plans, there are always worries. Yes, there is always something that you need to think about right now, according to the ego. Right? So, you cannot escape that if you believe that kind of, I have to think about it right now, or I don't have time to go inward just because something's happening tomorrow night. You know? So it's important to play your role properly. I talk about it in terms of playing your role. So preparing for a flight is something very practical and something that is necessary to live in this practical world. You have to travel or whatever that is, you know, and it's important to do that in a proper way. But at the same time, it's important to make time for truth, and it's important to see if any of these things are being used in your mind to postpone enlightenment, to postpone finding your truth. Because that's how the ego works. The tricks of the ego are so many, and it'll try to convince you through all these different things. And if you don't question it, if you don't stand up to it, if you don't look through that trick and see the lie in it and put it aside, enlightenment will be just someday, hopefully, maybe I'll find the truth. And that someday never comes. That someday never arrives because the ego keeps pushing it to tomorrow. It's never today. It's always tomorrow. It's never now. It's the next moment. Maybe somewhere in the future. The future never arrives.
If you mentioned the enlightenment, it's like also something future. And the words also functioning, even any point functioning in the future. Like right now, why am right now something wrong? It's, for me, this question is like, is nothing wrong?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there is nothing wrong in this moment.
There is no some point to search, maybe in deep level, if I check, I want to fix something, of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Not fixing yet.
You feel that something is missing.
Not like big lecture missing, but like something to add. But I know this is mine. This is not real. At the same time, you see it's only level of the emotional, you can say entity or emotional energy, just giving this push. Something should be made, something should be done. And we see in the same way in this stream, my flight come, my children come from the same side. Something should be done.
Yeah. The dream makes things very interesting, you know. things become so dramatic sometimes, like this. You have to choose between this and that, but you don't need to choose between them. You can do your roles properly and yet at the same time go inward and be in what you call the ultimate, while doing well in the relative, in the limited. Hmm. 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 In fact, doing well in the relative is very helpful to follow your practice, to follow your sadhana, to follow your path. Hmm. Hmm. Because living in this practical world, when you want to travel, if your attention is not good on it, it can disrupt your peace. At least in the beginning, these things can affect you. When you are more advanced, no matter what happens in the practical world, you can just say, I accept it, it's okay. But it's difficult still. And giving the right attention in the practical world helps you give better attention inward. It's a reflection, inward, outward, attention to detail. Mm. 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 Mm.
Again, I'm seeing, I'm looking, but when listening to your words, I start to notice some fake flavor again. Okay, something not done, something not done. Like more definition, more attention I put to capture your words, like instruction. Because long time I live in Arunachal, I know the instruction doesn't work. It's like that. Any knowledge going through the head not working. Only just experientially you're growing somehow, and experientially you also know, are you growing or are you stuck? Like some kind of natural sense inside human being. Everyone human being, if he is enough sincere, he knows I'm not growing. Like some feeling. And for now, in this lifetime, this is for me more important than many talk about enlightenment, many talk about super state or proper way to follow attention. Because where you're facing yourself, it's like very clear. And when I start to look your words, like in this room, I see again I'm lying to myself because I don't need these words. I don't need. Maybe if we talk from the other side, I will find what is bothering me. But for now, only just I love you like a human, and nothing else. Only like you meet your mother, and you meet your sister, you meet your brother. I know beside. I should pay attention. A little bit time now.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's so pure.
Do you understand? I want to leave punch. When I start to play again, the role of okay. I want to know. I want to know how. I want to know what this guy saying me. What he's trying to direct me. Again, some notifications saying, do not stop the
Mm.
This is not for you.
Mm.
That's not true.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but and there is a pure intention there, but I would like to ask you to really try to see what's behind that. Sometimes we avoid looking at the truth with even very nice intentions, you know. It sounds very sweet, it's very caring, and I have the same love for you, you know. And I'm really happy to see you. Mm. And out of that same love and compassion, also I'm saying, hmm, hmm, look at it deeper. Hmm, 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 hmm. And it's your choice too, you know. Sometimes when you are not ready, um, and you don't want, you know, to go deeper, you can make the choice, but are you making an informed choice, right? Are you understanding where you're making that choice from? Does your heart really want to make that choice? Or is it just coming from here, from the ego? Hmm? Hmm. 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 And you don't need to look at me like I am going to give you an instruction or I am your guru or whatever, because it's
It's a life talk discussion.
yes,
Not in this moment.
yeah, yeah. Hmm. It's like how we used to talk, you know, just sitting by the Girivalam road or. Hmm. 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 It's just like that. Hmm. 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 And even then, I would ask you to look within. Even then, I would ask you to question your ego. Hmm? Even then, in those days, years ago, I would still ask you to question your ego and look within. Hmm. Or I would go within and. Hmm.
I didn't catch because English maybe.
Ah.
You pushing me in the memory like many years ago.
Yes, I'm just saying it's just like that.
Same talk.
Same talk, but we are in a slightly different setting. It's the same. Mm. Looking at truth together. Mm. 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 Hmm. 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 Hello. Yes. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
something I can say only if this in this moment I should be ready to die, but it's like it's not. In the morning it's always like ready to leave everything, everything, every memory thing should be left.
If your ego is ready to die, then you're ready for enlightenment. Mm. Mm. Mm.
And again for me it's like, for example, you have a thing and you're watching me, look at here, know that. And for me when you say enlightenment it's only thing, it's not the place where you're pointing it. Like it's going through the many filter. I feel it's like for me now, you say enlightenment, it's okay, it's going through the filter and I see it's again fake. It's like it's maybe I like to pray. I like to pray in this moment. So to have this capacity in the heart to yearning for the point whenever meeting want to bring me. Seems like emotion is very strong and like strong definition or strong knowledge. Like if attention catching by emotional level, it can be done in this moment. Like again, knowledge of spiritual practice saying me slowly emotion should, like, we can say release or open up. And this knowledge is saying it cannot be in this moment. Like I'm sorry, I should repeat it. I don't want to repeat it. I want to be negi with knowledge. It's what I just exposing what happened.
There is a time when you have to set aside all that you know. Set aside everything you've learned. Set aside all things that you are borrowing from the past. And just be here. You know, there is a lot of emotion, and that's showing something. That's showing the heart wants something. The heart is open for something. Hmm. Hmm. And that openness is precious. That openness is what is necessary. Hmm. Hmm. But emotion can be, sometimes an expression of that yearning and that openness. I've seen in my path that when I had deep emotional kind of a wanting of enlightenment, yearning for enlightenment. I was crying for enlightenment, crying to end suffering. That was an expression of wanting it so deeply from a deeper place, and also from the surface. My whole being really aligning in that direction. So don't judge your emotions away like that. It's okay. It's okay to feel what you feel. And really feel it in your body. You don't need to suppress it. There are times when these things come up. Sometimes just to be let go, sometimes just to be expressed in a safe space. And this is a safe space. As I said, don't think about the rules so much. Don't think about what you can and cannot express. I'm giving you that safe space. Give yourself that safe space too.
What I see is like expression is some kind of illusions sometimes.
Expression is?
Expression,
Mm-hmm.
like in this, I can say in this
Mm-hmm.
realm we are talking.
Mm-hmm.
The spontaneous expression, of course, is spontaneous expression.
Mm-hmm.
The people talking about expression, it's more than like emotion. You don't want to feel something, so you open your mouth and wait in the relief. So I like to express, but still I'm scared. In this moment I'm scared to express anger. Like, because label of anger immediately say no. Distraction. Like, to express distraction is like some taboo. Yes, if you touch emotional levels, here some questions, because I know I should work with this anger very delicately.
But not really. In a way, it's a very delicate walk, but in another way, you're so free. Give yourself freedom. Give yourself freedom. Hmm. Don't hold yourself in that place where you're constricting yourself. Hmm. Because you are already free. Hmm. The only trouble is the ego is trying to imprison you in an imaginary cell. Hmm. With all its ideas. Hmm. So if you give yourself freedom, you can gain freedom. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Speaking about
Hmm. Hmm.
and we speak when
Hmm.
you say give yourself freedom.
Hmm.
I like to clear see
Hmm.
that's personal advice.
Hmm.
To give the freedom for the personal.
Yes. So um, you can give freedom, which means you can let go. But at the same time, you don't let these things control you too. So it's a mutual agreement of these thoughts, your ego. I let you be, and you let me be. Hmm. You know? So you gain freedom by giving freedom. Hmm. Hmm. If you're cold, you can reduce there's a remote with
I
the.
don't know how to do it because I
Oh,
never
she can.
use.
She can do it. Yes.
I never use. I don't like to.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something about that subject?
Yes. Yes. Would you like to? Would you like to come here?
But why here?
Uh,
Maybe here.
yes. If you come here, then you can use the mic, and then people will
I
know.
don't need mic. I think you can hear me, yeah?
Yes, there's also some people joining us on Zoom, and they might be also
Okay.
interested
That will be better, yes?
to know what's going on.
Okay. You invited me here. Thank you. But I'm
Thank you.
obliged. Anyway, so some masters now, living masters or outside of the body, they are telling that now is time for us to be masters ourselves. So for me, I don't know how that will be for you. For me, that means that we have to take the best from everything what is around and leave the rest. So we have to, in my point of view, we have to find our own way to be a master for ourselves. We can't be second Ramana or second Babaji or second whatever, yes? We can be just ourselves, and we have to find our individual way how to be the best the best of us, yes, how to be the best version of us. Are you agree with that?
Ramana's path is Ramana's path. And Ramana came into this world with a very different purpose than you or I did. He was born in a very different time, very different circumstances. Hmm. His upbringing was very different. The samskaras he came with were very different. His past lives, all that. Everything is very different. Hmm. And if we try to be someone else,
Yeah.
that would be taking away a gift to the world that is being presented to the world as you. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And even though you can learn from Ramana, there is so much to learn from his path. The way he did things, you can be inspired by that. Take the essence of, what is behind his actions, behind his words, behind his teachings, and see the enlightenment in it, see the inspiration in it, and internalize it. Not copy it exactly the same way, because if you copy it,
It's misunderstanding.
yes.
Yeah.
But internalizing it is taking the essence of it. And seeing how you can apply it in your life, in your circumstances.
So you agree?
Yes, but I just don't want to say yes, because I don't know what else it entails, because at the same time, when we sometimes we have to put aside things which we think are kind of special to us, to see the truth in our mind. In that moment, when if we want to receive Ramana's teachings, we have to put aside our likes and dislikes.
Okay.
We have to put aside, yes, put aside everything we know, everything we learned, everything we think is unique about us. When we put it aside, we can receive what is being gifted by either Ramana or any other teacher or Arunachala, or by life itself. So both are true. So I don't want to give a categorical yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because even though on the surface each one of us is so unique and special and different, and have a particular expression of enlightenment in our own way, at our core we are also one and the same. Mm, mm, mm. So it's a mixture of both.
Yeah.
Mm,
That's
mm.
level,
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So you,
Generally, yes.
yes, yes. And I really like what you said about taking all that is good and leaving the rest. That is called in Sanskrit Hamsa Kshira Nyaya, which means yes, which means if you, I don't know if if it's really true or a myth, but it says if you give a swan a mixture of milk and water, it's said that it will take out only the milk and leave the water. And the hamsa, the swan, is seen as a symbol of enlightenment. That's why they say Paramahamsa, which means the highest level of being a hamsa, seeing only enlightenment in all that is, and leaving all the ego stuff, all the illusion out. That's being a master. Exactly. I love that you said that. Any follow-up?
Thank you. I think nothing to say more.
Thank you for coming up here. Would you like to come up here?
Yeah, because it's like real life mission. It's a little bit lower. Okay, then I need to practically apply what we are talking before. Madam visit this year, so you try to point me how to give the freedom to the some kind of personality, and then she came very fast, very straight, and I feel this anger, like why your attention very fast switch to her level. So I want to know, and I suppress, of course, because I'm okay. Do not sit and sit and have a patient. Everything is one, blah blah blah. You know, can you point me, please, like exactly in this situation, where is the pressure, where is the giving the freedom, where is the, because she came straight, and I feel, why not my questions? Like anger, it should be done. And this behind, of course, is ego. Like I'm more. I don't say I'm more important, but anyway.
You were the first.
Yeah, you are the first. I am the first. So, and this
is
anger. I mean, I'm very fast to be angry. Like that's why I'm saying, for me it's difficult to express, like you say, give the freedom, because if I give the freedom, I break the rules and the conversation, and maybe just please make clarify.
In a way, the way we treat ourselves in our mind, we also project it onto other people. When we are hard on ourselves, we are also hard on others. When you are angered by someone else's action, it's also that your own actions anger you. Yes? So this is a good example of giving yourself freedom, because letting things flow as they are, letting things unfold without holding on too much, without being very serious about it. We sometimes take things too seriously. Like everything matters so much. Why did that happen? Why did this happen? Yeah, that's where the anger comes from, because
I don't have a tool to how to deal with it. Like it's because it's very quick saying why, and with strong energy, and then I don't know where is how, like you said, delicate, put attention. I can say which way, because I don't have experience. I have experience only postpone.
yeah.
And then, if in this happen, I can pray to accept this knowledge. If you know how to teach me, to touch it, and that's.
Yes, this is something very important as you're on the path to be a little bit hands off in some moments. There are times you have to be hands on and pay good attention to detail and do things in a particular way. But there's also times when, if you're controlling things too much, when you're controlling something, you also give a sense of reality to it. When you give a sense of reality to this world, when you give a sense of reality to, I was talking and it was my time, what happens is you solidify the illusory self. The illusory self, the ego self, seems to be very real in that moment when you do that. So the way to overcome it is to learn to let go again and again and again, because as soon as this anger comes, it wants you to act. It brings up all these things. But if we believe in that anger, only then it has power.
Can I tell something again? Because it's the matter
With
of-
his permission, yes.
Can I? Because this is too for you.
Wait, I just digest something.
Okay.
Maybe he pointed me a little, it's like I think it's slowly.
So, don't take your thoughts too seriously in this moment. Don't take your ego too seriously. It's a play. You're playing a role here.
Look, like I cannot. Right now you're a serious teacher for me, and right now I'm serious student. Like I want to know how to have a deal with this. Like this is struggling a lot in all my life. Like it's like strong energy, strong intention to control this energy, and this is ruling, and don't be allowed to.
Yes, I am not a serious teacher, but I am a sincere teacher. You don't need to be a serious seeker, but a sincere seeker. By being serious, you make things very hard for yourself, just by being a little bit silly sometimes, just by laughing about it sometimes instead of getting angry. Oh, she went first, ha ha ha. I was talking and somebody else talked. It's okay. Oh, that was so funny. See the humor in life, see the humor in situations, and that helps you let go of things so much more easy than trying to control, trying to rectify, trying to talk about it, trying to say, oh, you did that, you did this.
Wow, that is so. I'm judging a lot of.
Yes.
I'm judging myself about anger. Yes, I can't. I cannot even. No, it's a very serious task for me.
Yeah.
No, really, come on. I came to Arunachala for it answer.
Yeah, I invite you to seriously laugh about it. Because seriousness doesn't get you anywhere. Only more into the ego, because for the ego things are so serious. Oh my goodness. It's so important. So important for me to talk right now, and this is how things are supposed to happen. Right? All the rules. Section A, point B. But your true self is so playful. It's a leela. Everything is a leela. It's not a war. It's not a legal battle in the court, arguing about everything.
How to put the seriousness in the instinct? It seems like instinct.
Yes, it comes from a place where you have been conditioned to feel anger when something's not right.
Yes.
I understand. And I empathize with you. I'm not saying what you're feeling is invalid. It comes from your past. It's all the things you learned from society and things like that. And I know it's difficult. And I'm not saying, it's just something funny and you have to let it go. I understand. But at the same time, I'm trying to help you come out of it. And if I just keep supporting that, I won't help you come out of it. That's why I'm trying to make you laugh. you know? Yeah. Strong what?
Drama.
Strong drama. Ego survives on drama. And if you make your life a comedy, there's the ego can't do drama. The ego wants it to be like "Ah!" right? When there is so much drama, the ego gets power. Right? The ego can say, "Oh, this I am such a person." You can solidify your false identity with this drama. But when you poke a little fun at yourself, when you're being silly, the ego doesn't have a handle on you. The ego cannot control you. What I've observed in enlightened people, most of them, at least there are some enlightened people who are like very, serious and all that. But most of them are so light, even if they are not stand-up comedians. Something about them is so light, there's a lightness to their speech. There is a humor that they express.
So I will go soon. Can I say one sentence?
Yes, please. Now he's free enough to let you come up. you you can come back right after. Yes, please.
Anyway, I wanted to tell that this is the matter of flexibility, and this is what India is teaching as well, flexibility. And as well, it's very important for me, this is very helpful to remember that everything is for something. For example, you were talking about freedom, and I felt to interrupt because in my point of view, and I hope maybe for you later on will be, the help to answer for your question. And maybe something was pulling me, or somebody, or whatever, to answer, to give you answer like that as well, So if you will remember that everything is for something, then will be easier for you to be flexible, to accept something what you don't expect. Yes?
Yeah. I love that you said India is about teaching about flexibility.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, whenever I come back from US here, first I'm like, oh my God, all this chaos. people driving on the wrong side of the road. Just if you do it in the USA, oh my God.
Yes, here is freedom.
Yes.
Freedom, but as well, everything is like that, You
Yes.
have to be very flexible with everything, because otherwise, no life here.
Yeah.
But this is life. Life can't be stiff. Life is flexible.
Yes. That's the great teaching of India, to go with the flow.
I'm going.
There is a playfulness to life that you can see. Thank you. Yes, there are rules, of course, but mostly they are considered as suggestions. Right? Guidelines. and that's important in the spiritual path, to have that kind of flexibility, to give yourself that kind of flexibility. Don't be so hard on yourself.
I understand on this level. It's completely clear.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
body level. For finish. If we continue in this stream, so I mean, to add something to the intellectual knowledge is not so scale is done, but to digest on the level of deep, like I say, instinct, or my grandparents or parents, like blood and reaction of smell, of of kind of action. It's, and I know it's like I can imagine it's like came from my parents, like this strong judgment and especially the anger. It doesn't matter from where it came, but it's here. It's contained in the body, like. And to put some advice to be fun with it, it seems like how to do it. Like, of course, I cannot just keep coming in the such situation, because it's, like you say, safe place to be free, and honesty and sincerity, and but still hope maybe this person knows how. When I notice immediate distraction power, what should I do? Like you say, not suppressing and not expressing. And where is it? I want to smell it, not suppressing and not expressing. Where is this?
Yes, you have to take the middle path. Not expressing, which means if you have anger and you express it right away, it can be harmful. It can be very bad for you and others. And if you suppress it, which is just like pushing down that anger, biting your teeth, what happens is it's going to grow in you. You're holding on to it. So the middle path that I'm talking about is to train yourself to let go of it. And I say train yourself because you mentioned you learned this from your parents. You have it in your body, which means that it has been kind of repeated again and again, so much so that you have kind of programmed your brain with it, right? Your body kind of reacts to it, and it's really hard to let go.
But what is exactly this level? Let's go. Because I want to directly have a sense, because I'm very friendly with you. It's more easy to ask the friends, what is, if you feel anger and immediately you throw me, do not see, I'm let it go. I can feel it. And some kind of twist may happen. That's why I'm giving an immediate example. Because it's like with this woman, like anger is here. What it means, let go. Like at the moment when I realize anger, label, energy, anger, it's immediately come taboo. Not.
Yes.
Where is the exit for let go?
Yes. Yes. So that's what you have trained yourself to do for a long time. You're trained by your parents or your society where you grew up, wherever you picked it up from, you were trained either to suppress it or express it or whichever else, which is not working for you, which is making you kind of, hold on like that and be serious, right? So letting go is when a thought comes which tries to convince you. It happens so fast that you may not notice it, but we can start noticing it when we are meditating, when we are relaxed and we are doing it in a safe space, when we can start seeing how the mind tries to throw a thought at you and convince you to do something. A story comes like, oh my god, I was supposed to talk first, and this woman comes and talks in between, and that's not the right thing to do. That's the story, right? And you don't even need to put it into words. It's just like so present. It's like, right?
But I say before.
Yes.
Before the story, it came before story. Your label anger, you can feel something,
Yes.
and your label anger. It's you recognize anger.
Yes.
And it's not story. It's no story. Why it's anger? It's anger. It means no.
Yes. But that's what happens very fast. That's why you think there is no story. But there is an underlying story behind that, which makes that happen. There's a story in the background of your mind, which is not like actively seeable sometimes. The story of I. The story of it's my time right now to talk. No, it's like an assumption that is kind of
No, I mean generally, anger means no.
yeah.
It means no, completely taboo for anger.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about story. It's like if you realize,
Mm.
like for example, you realize this light,
Mm.
you say, no, switch off.
Mm-hmm.
It's immediately.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's his conditioning.
It's,
That
it's,
the
not,
Mhm.
it's, not,
anger
it's not a story. It's
means
like,
you can't go into anger. That's obviously he's been conditioned.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying
and I'm asking,
as soon as you get anger,
Yes.
you see it's something bad and you suppress it as soon as it comes.
yes, like off.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying
Which is a tool. Should be
yes. So
between-
that's exactly what I'm saying, that
sorry.
take a pause. Because you have trained yourself to do it so many times. Like in the beginning, when you're learning to drive, let's say, you are saying, oh, I have to drive on the left side in India. I have to follow all these rules. And in the beginning, you look at it, oh, the red light, okay, I should stop. I have to apply the brakes like this. And there is some pause and takes time and all that. But if you keep driving, if you keep learning how to drive, it becomes so automatic that there is no idea that, oh, red means stop, then I have to press the brake. Right? As soon as you see red, oh, brake. Right? That's what is happening with you. That's the taboo. Oh, it's anger, I have to stop.
Yes. From that
And
point,
you become hard on yourself and you start controlling yourself as soon as that happens. This has happened over the years.
Yes.
Right? So, in order to undo that, it will take some time. That's why I was saying you have to train yourself to let go of it. In the same way, over the years, you have trained yourself to be like, tuck.
That's why my life questions how to apply this let's go between the what I want to find the instance or essence of your advice, like let go. For example, anger. I see anger. I see energy. I see label of anger. Recognition, anger, and then maybe some little break I have, but mostly it's like immediately no. And between this no, I want to apply your advice. Let's go, and can you push me in this way, like?
Yeah. So that's in order to create that space, which you said you want to find a space in which you can apply the advice of letting go. In order to create that space, it's very hard to do in a situation like in the beginning, at least. When somebody makes you angry, suddenly it's hard to do it. So that's why I'm asking you to do it in a safe space where you notice not just your anger, but all your thoughts. You learn how to do that. So I'm asking you to learn how to drive in a safe space in the beginning, a new way of driving. Let's say you've been driving in India where you only drive on the left side. So if you go to the USA where they drive on the right side, you can't immediately suddenly go in traffic and start driving. You may try to find a place where there's very less traffic or no traffic at all. And okay, be very mindful. Oh, I'm driving on the right side. I have done this so many times that suddenly my mind switched and I'm driving on the left. In the beginning, when I started driving there, and I will.
It's still practical, right? Wasting the time.
Yeah. No, it's not wasting the time. Don't hurry. Don't hurry, because your hurrying is closing that gap. I want you to relax so that you can open that gap and you have the time to let go. You don't have time because you hurry. So what I invite you to do is take a breath in that moment. When you feel angry, take a breath.
No, this is I know.
Yeah, no, it's not the same old. Just you might have heard this advice, but in that breathing, you can let go. As you breathe out, as you exhale, there can be a space, an opening, a pause in which I'm not going to act on this. I'm not going to suppress it even. I'm going to let it go. Yes. And I will explain more. I'll explain more what it means to let go.
Do you also mean not suppressing
Mm.
means you experience it?
Mm.
We allow the experience of anger to come. We feel the anger, but we are not acting on it. That is the opposite of suppression. I feel you feel. Yeah.
When I recognize energy as anger, when I recognize energy as anger, it's immediately no. But before should be let's go. Before I feel like sincere, I feel should be something.
Yes. I understand the problem. I understand. And I know because I have also done those things. I have felt so angry that I've acted immediately on it. Or there was conditioning in me that I should never be angry because I am a good person. I'm a spiritual person. And spiritual people cannot be angry for some reason. Yeah, that's what I grew up with. Because I'm like, oh, I'm spiritual. I can't be angry. I have to whatever. And I suppressed it so much that I would explode every once in a while. I would explode with anger and it would be destructive. And that's why I know what you're talking about. Because I've overcome it. And I know it's complicated. I know it's difficult, but I can offer you the solution. But it requires slowing down. It requires taking a breath. It requires examining what is coming as anger, the energy that's coming up as anger. Not running with it as soon as it comes or hitting it with the axe to cut it down as soon as it comes. And that's why I was telling you, give yourself freedom. Let that anger come up in your safe space without expressing it, without suppressing it. Give yourself freedom to feel what you feel. If you feel angry, if you don't express it, it's okay. Just feel angry in that moment. See how your body feels. But as you look at it, as you give it the time to express in this safe space, in your own mind, without hurting others, you will notice something. You will have a pause in which you can let go of it. And what I mean by letting go is just not holding on. What we do as soon as a thought comes is we hold on. And we follow it. Wherever it wants to go, we are holding on to it and we are pulled by it. And what is holding on? Believing it. Giving it our power. If you believe a thought, it takes you towards being limited, being angry, being whatever that is that you don't want. You cannot be free if you hold on to something. So that's why notice what you're holding on to. Take a breath. When you're angry, take a breath and take some time to notice. This thought has come up, this energy has come up, and it's trying to convince me to do something. Or even the thought of I should not be angry, that you have to let go of too. Because even that is a thought. Even that is conditioning. You have to let go of anger as well as the thought that you should not be angry. The thought which makes you feel guilty about being angry. The thought which makes you suppress anger.
What happened right now? It's like I feel this energy, anger energy. I can notice its energy. I know this. Oh, this anger. Then I help. Then I stop. Like while we are talking, it's happened here. It's happened on this level. You can say like in the body level, and it's here. Then of course I want to and what is let's go, come.
So in this moment, just feel it. If you just feel it, if you just even invite it to come, and give it the freedom to be. As long as you don't need to fight your anger. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to, try to control it, try to, counter it. Think happy thoughts when you're angry. It doesn't work. So if you let it be, even if your body is feeling, whatever it is, give it the freedom to just be. As long as you don't believe it and act upon it, it's okay. Feel whatever it is. Don't even label it as anger. Don't even call it anything. Because as soon as you label it, there is a connotation that, anger, it's bad. Something like that. Give it its time.
I can say thank you, but no say
Okay, thank you. By giving freedom, you get freedom. If you're always wrestling with your thoughts, you're so occupied and You are controlled by them in another way. Because you're controlling them, you're controlled by them. Right? If you let them be, they will let you be, because you're not being bothered by them. You just, you're free. Let anger come, let it go. It's not permanent. It's very temporary. It seems like permanent, but it's not. Let's see how long you can be angry. Yeah. Let it come. Let it take over your, feelings. Don't let it take over and let you do something. Don't destroy the world with it. But see how long it can last. If you don't support it, if you don't believe in it, it's energy, it comes with energy, and energy starts going down. And it fades. It disappears. The only way it can remain is by you believing in it and keeping on giving this energy. Even when you fight it, you give it energy. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So know that it's temporary. And knowing that, be free. Because you will outlast everything. You will outlast all emotions, all things, all forms, all concepts, all ideas. Because everything is temporary, in a way, because of that you're free. Everything will come and go, but the true you will just be, just outlast it all. So don't be bothered by it. Don't take it too seriously. Just like how here in India, you will see like, oh, somebody is breaking the rules, traffic rules, but you're like, oh, it's okay, fine. Happens all the time. In the beginning, you're like, oh my God, they're driving on the other side. I should tell them. I've known people who have tried to kind of like scare them because they're driving on the other side. Kind of like, oh, let me teach them a lesson. Somebody was telling me that they did that. I'm going to try to pretend to bump into them, and then they will learn their lesson. No, and they fell because of that. And then they're like, oh, I learned my lesson that I shouldn't teach them a lesson. Yeah. Did you change that? Increase the temperature. I think it was in the Superman mode. Oh, okay. Okay. This is so cool. I can't really call this the hot seat anymore. It's too cold for that. Welcome, you two. Nice to see you. It's okay. It's raining outside, so. The hot seat is cooler, so it's your opportunity if you wanna bring something into the light. Yes, last satsang. It's now or never. We trouble ourselves too much. Yeah. And then we are like, oh, I'm troubled. All this trouble, all this trouble. Who is giving you that trouble? Yourself. If you give yourself freedom, oh, all this freedom, all this freedom.
It seems like you don't know how to brush the teeth.
Mm.
And when you come to this world, everyone saying you should know, you should know, you should know. So you should know this.
Yeah, this should is such a bad word. Why should you? All these things we should. We're like kind of putting ourselves into this like, oh, you should do this, you should do this. You are making up the rules and imposing them on yourself. And then saying, oh my God, all these rules. You have the choice to be free. Why don't you make that choice? Others will tell you you should. You know, that's what society does. As we grow up, oh, you should dress this way. You should talk this way. You should behave this way. And it's okay to have those rules as long as you don't think.
But I don't want to be radical for this.
Yeah, you
I want to be like,
yes, you can survive in society following those rules, understanding that you're just playing a role. I'm not asking you to just go and follow and break all those rules and be an anarchist. That's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to be free inside in your inner space. You know, you can be free inside even while being bound by the rules outside. Yeah,
even I'm angry, I'm okay.
yeah, yeah.
See, I cannot survive in this society.
Yes, I always say do what you need to do while playing your role. But inside, you are always free. But if you trouble yourself with these rules and internalize those rules, which are only external, these rules are only external. Nobody has control over what happens inside of you. Remember that. For the external world's sake, follow the external rules. Do what you need to do. But don't let those voices seep into your mind and control what's happening inside. That's why I'm saying, give yourself freedom. Don't take it too seriously. Do it. Act how you need to act outside. But in your internal space, you are the king. You are free.
But since I like to be present for this world outside, it's like for me, it's important to be present for you, for the
Yeah, yeah.
This is inviting. It's like I'm not truly can say I'm king of my inside, because the inside like depend from my wish to be present.
Yes, you can be present while being free. Pleasant. Pleasant. Oh, that's another big thing. Trying to please everyone.
Not everyone.
Even some people trying to please some people is also still something that can turn your life into misery. I know that because I've done that. I've tried to please my parents, tries to please my relatives, tried to please people I like. Oh, I want to, make them feel happy. while compromising myself. You know, give yourself freedom from that too, because it's a futile effort. Trying to please others just for the sake of it. Be compassionate to others, be helpful to others. I'm not saying you shouldn't, be nice, but yeah, if it comes from that conditioning, it can be horrible to others too. Because you'll be so nice to them and you keep suppressing what you need to really express, and suddenly after being so nice, it just becomes too much and overwhelming, and suddenly you'll explode in the end, or you'll be passive aggressive, and you'll do harmful things without even wanting to do it, even though you have such a nice intention.
But I want to find this root of this tendency, why I like this a lot. For example, when we're talking about freedom, I can say, okay, this guy really maybe like freedom.
Hmm.
Me, like not like the relation.
Hmm.
What I notice sounds like I like to have this yearning of the freedom, but at the same time I like this word.
Yeah, this is a longer discussion, so maybe you want to come here again. Yeah, maybe we can.
I can finish something quickly.
Oh, yeah, and so let's. Yes. So let's pause this for a while, if you don't mind, and you don't need to finish it quickly. We can go through it.
Sure. Okay, let's see how it goes. Thanks. Anger is a is a I don't want to again. It's been a big thing in my life, big issue. Even though I don't want to call it an issue, because now I've been working on it, and somewhere close to more manageable. All I wanted to say is that actually, none of these. Maybe I didn't practice the spiritual way of dealing with anger, but all my life I was, for a woman it's a hormonal thing. I don't know, maybe for everybody, but it's now at this age when I am getting freer slowly from the hormonal thing, it's automatically subsiding for me. Otherwise it's every time it's the time and then you're like out of control. Rage, destruction at Kali, that one. And I just don't. I can't even go into how much mental, emotional, psychological destruction that has caused. In everyone that I've known, anyone who has known me from any close or distance have experienced that, right? And I had no awareness, understanding, or even help didn't come somehow in a strange way that I went through most of my life until now, that there was nobody actually coming and say, hey, listen, you need to just, there's something you can do about it, maybe. Nobody. I can't remember. Anyway, I can't remember a single person from family or friends or somebody who actually offered me some solution, made me look into it, made me sit down and say, hey, there is an issue here. This is like, so it was just like turning into another being or something, and then you turn finally kind of gather your senses, come back to your senses, and but and then you see the destruction around, in a way, like you see what, and again there is no understanding of how that happens or how to just navigate that, right? So now I came to a point where I'm going through other symptoms related to those hormonal things, and that's when I'm suddenly waking up in my life actually properly for the first time, and like, oh my god, and then I have to do this and I have to do that, and whatever I did with like taking supplements and herbal things, home remedies or any kind of help, even including exercising, yoga, swimming, whatever, being in nature, bare feet, grounding, just breathing, everything, helped indirectly with the anger thing. And I'm just kind of like, this is a no-brainer. I don't even know what to say. Why I feel like this is unfair that nobody. I don't know why I had to go through all of this, without getting this kind of clarity for so many years, right? So this anger thing, as soon as I started taking some, it just like taurine, for example. I don't know if anybody knows. Taurine is like just an essential amino acid. It's natural, but gets processed, and these kind of things, and ashwagandha and brahmin, but taurine. I've just taken simple things like black cohosh and all that. My anger has subsided. Like there is no anger as such. There is some small spurts of some reaction comes, but it's nothing compared to, I don't know, maybe you can double check with my sister. She's seen because she lives with me, and unfortunately she gets to see the worst of it also, has over the years, everyone, including my mother, everyone. So anyone who was close. And we've had an issue, and I realized finally that these supplements actually helped me more than anything else. It was just some deficiency, some imbalance in the body that creates these emotions even. It's not just an emotion on its own in relation to the world happenings around you. It's your own imbalance it's not even just the mind, it's the brain. The organ itself, the chemistry within the organ in the body that causes these things. Disruption, emotions, meltdowns, drama, tantrum, you name it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like take a Prozac or something like that, No, I wouldn't do that. Even though I've tried similar things temporarily, just to even experience like what is this, and somebody's suggestion. But I'm just saying, this body has certain deficiencies, and we have to also consider that. And why not? In a healthy way, why not? Why not? Because it can actually give you a solution. Maybe that's exactly what it needs, not like, I don't know, some people might find it hard to cope with because the capacity is not there. For whatever reason, that has not, it's just not normal environment where that capacity can develop physically. Even you need some elasticity in the brain itself to be flexible. Otherwise you're rigid like this. You can't, and then something is missing, and then as soon as it comes, it can maybe open a little bit, right? There is more give. Yeah. So that's all. Yeah, thanks. It can be anything for anybody. I mean, different minerals or different anything.
Yeah, about that, what I want to say is that even the physical manifestations that we find are not random.
Not random.
Yeah, it's not somehow suddenly that something happens physically. Our physical world.
Not suddenly.
Yeah. The physical world is a reflection of what is inside. And sometimes we create these things in our body, not just smaller imbalances, but even larger issues where you're mentally kind of incapable of, seeing something, feeling something, etc. And I understand what I'm saying is not a one-stop solution for everybody that will work for everybody.
I meant more like it
Yeah,
can go
yeah.
hand in hand.
Yes. But what I was saying in terms of this reflection of what is inside being expressed outside, is that even though our brain may have these things, etc., when we apply our awareness, we'll find a solution even to those things. Like you said, what you said, these supplements, etc., are a solution. I'm not saying only breathing will get you out of everything, or only letting go. But what I'm saying is also from my experience, where I had a lot of anger issues myself, and especially I would get extremely angry.
Impossible to
Yeah, yeah. Especially when I got hungry.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yes,
Hungry.
hunger and anger would just come together for me,
My goodness, you've been giving satsang without breakfast.
Yes.
That's
Yes, that shows that I've overcome that. So I would just be so angry when I was hungry that even like when I used to live with my parents, I would be angry at my mom because she wouldn't cook food fast enough, according to my anger.
it's not already in your belly.
Yes, why isn't the breakfast ready yet? Come on. It's acting so harmful and entitled, and it's like, "Oh, my breakfast, why isn't it here yet?" While as I should have been grateful that she's feeding me, even, right?
You were a child, right?
Yeah, no, I was capable of making my own food at that point, right? Not like a young child. If yeah, teenagers and a little older than that too. And so I noticed that again and again. And even though our body gives us certain pushes this way, pushes that way. By a push, I mean there is a tendency to be more angry when I'm hungry, or for you, tendency to be more angry during the hormonal times. But it's still a tendency. There is more signal coming which wants you to be angry. But the interpretation of that signal is always in your hands. Yes. So what I'm saying is that your body might want you to be angry, just like a thought wants you to be convinced to be angry or wants you to do something. In the same way, your body might want you to act in a certain way. I'm so hungry that I'm gonna do anything, even destructive, to satisfy that.
Yeah.
You know.
Outlet.
Yes. So just, it's very, very similar. It's the same as getting an angry thought without physical, stimulus. Just because, oh, this shouldn't have happened and this makes me angry.
Yeah, yeah. It's
And you,
it
yes.
triggers a similar
Mm.
chemical response in the
Yes.
body, a thought,
Yes.
as well as the physical feeling.
Mm-hmm.
The result is similar. Yeah.
Yes. So you can deal with it in a very similar way too. The same way, not even similar. So just like when an angry thought comes, and if you don't believe it, and you can let it go, when your body brings up that kind of wanting you to be angry, in my case, hangry, that hunger coming and saying, I'm so hungry right now, what should I do, Yeah, you believe it now that I used to have it.
I see.
Right?
I see.
So you can process it in the same way. You can take a pause, and you don't, the circuit is so fast,
Yeah.
right? The circuit is so fast that, oh, I'm angry, I have to do something about it.
That's because we've become used to it.
Yeah, we have done it so
The
many
road
times.
has become a highway.
Yes.
Expressway now.
Yes, we've done it so much that we are used to it, and it's just like driving. I was saying earlier, you'd learn driving so slowly, and you learn the rules to follow them.
Yeah.
But once you've done it so much, it just becomes automatic, and it has become automatic to act on our anger.
Yeah.
So
There's no other way.
Yeah.
I didn't even think that there was not acting is an option.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize for most of my life, not acting out is actual option.
Yeah. So
It's an actual thing.
yeah.
Like when you get angry, you just act out. There was no space for anything else.
Yeah, that's the conditioning
Yeah.
which builds the circuit.
Yeah.
What we learn in our childhood, and then practice and makes that circuit in our brain, which is like that, tuck 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 tuck, without even thinking, it just does it. So what I'm asking you to do to counter it is to break the circuit. You just give a little break before you act. You train yourself in everything. There's just one solution that I give, one easy solution. With every breath, you notice and you let go. And because it's physical too, because breathing is something that is physical as well as related to your thoughts. Pavana chalana rodhat atmanisto bhavatvam. If you go to Ramanashram and there's this statue, as you enter on the left, you will see Ramana's quote. And I have read that quote so many times. Every time I go there, that's where I see it, written in golden letters. There is this big placard with this whole story. In front of that, there's a there is a statue of Ramana in black stone, and then there is above that the quote. The last line of the quote says, "Pavana chalana rodhat atmanisto bhavatvam," which means by controlling your breath, by controlling the flow of your breath more precisely, become centered on yourself, or become devoted to yourself, or just stay with yourself. So when you use breathing, the control of breathing, when you exhale, something happens in your mind that you can let go. It's an opportunity to let go, an opportunity to break that circuit, which otherwise becomes so automatic that you don't even notice it. And you start noticing it again and again. Don't just do this with anger, do it with every single thought that makes you feel like you're this limited being in a physical body. All ideas of separation, all ideas of illusion. You can break that whole circuit with one thing. Take a deep breath. Even if it's not deep, notice your breath, notice your mind, and let it go. And you have to do this again and again and again, just like you've done all the other patterns in your life again and again and again, because you need to build that new circuit which breaks the other circuits. You're reclaiming your freedom. And it's worth it. Your freedom is invaluable. You've been enslaved by the circuit you built a long time ago to protect yourself from something. You might have acted angry because that's what was required in your childhood or whatever to survive or to take care of yourself. That was your defense mechanism. But it does not serve you anymore. A lot of the things from your past don't serve you anymore. Most of the conditioning that we have picked up doesn't serve us anymore. It's time to let go. And I overcame my hanger issues and anger issues too. I had anger and hanger put together. Just by doing that, noticing it again and again, noticing it. And breathing like I used to. And sometimes I even would laugh at my own anger. I've laughed at my anger because I'm like, wow, how funny is it that I'm angry, and because I'm angry, I'm actually stopping myself from eating food. Which is so paradoxical how the ego works, right? Yeah, I'm so hungry, I'm so bothered that I'm hungry, that instead of doing what is necessary about it, I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. If
Yeah.
food is not ready, then they're angry, then just walk out
Yeah.
of the house or go hungry, go to work hungry.
Yes.
Because they're angry now.
Yeah.
The anger is more than the hunger now.
Yeah.
So
Notice how funny your conditioning it is and laugh at it. And when you laugh at it, you can let it go. Because the ego works with seriousness. The ego is all about drama. This kind of a person, how can I not get food when it's the right time? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I've known people, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, there should be food on the table. If it's a little late, the whole world is ending. So serious. Right? When we take life so seriously, it becomes serious. And then we're like, oh my God, why is life like this? Laugh at that.
I felt like, oh my God, something in me just, this kind of anger came similar, where I just felt like I'm never going to, my visa got rejected. And I'm like, it was just like, I want to like, there were so many reactions came. And it's like either I'm going to keep applying until I get the visa. This is ego drama. Yeah. And then later, like, no, I never want to go to that country. Anyways, I didn't want to go. Like that, it doesn't deserve me. Us, I actually said it doesn't deserve us because it's just not. But it's this acceptance of what is not, yeah, that's the the drama where it just does not want to. It's not okay. It doesn't feel okay. No, how can it be? How can this happen to me?
Yeah.
Like
Me.
yeah.
Such a big thing.
I was fully convinced. I had no doubt I would not get the visa.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, we've done everything. We gathered everything. Why? How can I not? Anyway, so it's just the example of the same. Now, I mean, thank God, with a little bit of detachment, we can see that. But I still think it's the supplements that are working too.
The supplements are only supplementing the solution, but your awareness is the main solution. You know, of course, as you said, with age comes maturity, and all the other experiences comes humility, and these things come down.
No,
I don't know.
I didn't.
You
I said.
that, but that's my observation. That's my observation that when you grow
Older, there is mature.
and if you receive life in a proper way, life makes you humble. I have seen elder people who have let life. Oh, I have seen elder people, who have let life really touch them, and I've seen how they have become so sweet, so loving, so compassionate, in their old age, because they have let life really teach them. They've opened their heart to life. But you can also see people who have hardened by what life has done to them. It's either this or that. You can either close your heart and just kind of get into a cocoon and be angry about everything. Everything is so bad, Or you can see like, oh, all these things happened. Life was hard. All these problems were there, but even in that, there is such a beauty. What would you rather choose?
When you say that those people, just not exactly to counter, but to clarify even for my those people, the elderly people you described were sweet and humble and nice, and open. Did they not? Are you sure they did not have it easier in their lives compared to the ones who were hardened?
Yeah, I've seen this in people who you can see how hard their life was. You can see how poor they were, still poor, not just were poor, very hardworking, physical labor.
But money is just one thing.
Yeah, not just that. Even in my own life, I've seen heartbreak, how you respond to loss, heartbreak, how you respond when life gives you something, whether you see the gift in it and open to it and let it be used to help you evolve, to grow, to mature, or you can still hold on to the past and say, this shouldn't have happened. Why did this happen? And I trusted in God, and it shouldn't have happened something like this to me. Or you say, oh, God did this to me for a reason. Let me accept it and find out. Both approaches. And, in Buddhism, there's, something called the Lojang teachings, which is all about taking hardship, taking everything that's like an obstacle in your path and making it into the path itself, making it into something that drives you forward. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like what we call in common language rolling with the punches.
Rolling with the punches, yeah.
Please recharge in time.
It's plugged in? Oh, maybe the. Yeah. Oh, you can plug it into the thing directly, maybe. Oh. Yes, the outlet. You have to find an outlet. Yeah, sometimes you just have to find a good outlet.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
So I mean, I remember it worked. It felt like it worked when I was playing tennis, and I would just take out all the anger on the tennis court. I mean, not consciously, but it just worked just like physically going in. Chasing every ball down. Just I didn't have that many issues. I was just happy. I was just fine, fine, not affected by. Yeah. So that is that an outlet as in your.
It can be an outlet, but it can also be. Depends on how you use it. It can also be a distraction too. We sometimes distract ourselves so that we don't face what the real issue is.
Well, the issues. What I'm saying is that the issues didn't even arise as much. Because I don't know if that is distraction, because the body mind is just kind of happily occupied with something that is happy to do. So the issues were they didn't feel like so many issues.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of putting your awareness on how you're using something is important. How you're using an outlet, how you're using, like we talked about this in the morning, like some people use alcohol to kind of suppress issues. Oh, I feel happy when I'm drunk, so it's okay, or something like that. Yeah.
So you're saying use something conscious. Find a
Yes.
outlet consciously.
Find an outlet which is a conscious way of doing it in the right way.
I don't think this is the wrong way, though.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, it was, and it just happened. Life happened like that. I didn't have the awareness enough to actually think, okay, I'm going to make this my outlet now. I mean, maybe it's some point that, I'm just like, if you can't cope with something, you just go and do what you know you're good at doing, and you just, that's a distraction, I suppose, Right.
The ego sometimes finds a way to postpone looking at something by kind of doing other things which kind of mitigate what is happening, but not really. So I don't know your situation, but what I'm saying is that you have to be aware whether you're trying to just procrastinate it.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
That's what you mean. Like, if you're dealing, basically, if you want progress, then you better pay attention to what is occurring, if whatever is the issue. But if you just want to be happy and you are not even happy, but you're avoiding whatever is occurring, then you're not going to, it's still there. You're just not dealing with it.
Yeah, you have to face your problems, face your fears, face things directly, I mean, I'm not saying you have to, but if you do that, it's a more direct solution, because doing things indirectly can bring up other things, right? The most
What do you mean doing it
indirectly, like, oh, bringing, let's say, oh, I solve my issues by drinking, so it creates another new problem.
Dependency
Yeah,
and
yeah,
other issues?
yes. So instead, if I solve my problems by looking at them, actually bringing my awareness, which is our true tool, which really dissolves the problem, rather than trying to hide it in the shadows and doing something else. Instead of bringing it into the light, finding some other workaround of the ego to do it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Mm. Thank you. Yeah, every satsang is different. We discuss all kinds of issues. Yesterday it was all pumped up with gurus and this and that. Today we are mostly about freedom and anger and patterns. That's, that's what I really love about this format. Anything can happen. Never know who's going to come and what kind of questions will arrive.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Yeah.
Poison,
Hmm.
mixes.
Chocolates are chocolates.
Not necessarily tasty
No,
though.
chocolates are tasty. Yeah, but
Hi. Are you from Tiruvannamalai? Do you live here? Tirupati. Oh, very nice.
your name? Bhagat?
Friends of yours? Oh, nice. What's your name? Pawan Kumar. Very nice.
I was late today because of the rain. So.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I noticed.
Discussing about anger today. Anger.
Yeah, would you like to discuss anything?
Silent.
Yeah. It's not like I decide that today we are going to discuss about anger. It's there is usually somehow it happens that there's a theme to the satsangs. You know, sometimes it's in the beginning it's completely something else, in the end it's completely something else. Never know. There is.
The gentleman before me was talking about his anger.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I actually got up to give a solution. In my opinion, what I thought was.
Yeah.
So the discussion carried on.
Yeah, this is a very free space. So
What is the solution to the anger?
I was just saying that taking supplements made my mind more balanced, my brain more balanced, and therefore I experience less anger now.
Okay, I have a question.
yes, please. This is the hot seat.
Let's see. if our father get angry on us, how we control usually?
Could you ask again in the mic?
Sorry.
We have viewers on the
the world.
Let's say
broadcast on
just imagine if my father's age is 75. If he shouts on us, what do you feel? So that there we cannot get angry, because we thought it like, okay, he doesn't know now, because at the age of 75 he's just like a 5 years baby. So we need to think like, okay, they doesn't know, then you cannot get angry. True, right?
So in this case you are using your compassion your
If it
understanding.
doesn't know, then you cannot get
Yeah,
angry.
yeah. So you're using your empathy to not let that anger continue, because if someone is angry and then you become angry and then they become angry, even more angry, that anger cycle keeps on going, and it's so much destruction.
Let's say we are going
Yeah.
somewhere outside. Example, just a child took some stone and thrown on us. There we cannot get angry. Why? Because we realize that the boy doesn't know. True, right? Maybe I'm talking something in different way.
Understanding what you're saying, because I want to punch out of faces.
It's like if you feel like they doesn't know on it, then we cannot get anger.
You were talking about yourself, though. Not everybody's like that.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, if he's throwing on me, then you will get angry. True. I agree with that point. Throwing on me, then you will get angry. He doesn't know, then you cannot get.
That's an ideal way, and most people have it, but some people don't have that understanding.
Who thinks me cannot? They won't be able to, definitely. Who comes out of that? Me only.
That's exactly what we were discussing earlier
Yeah.
too, about the me. Yeah. Yes, please. If whenever Pawan Kumar is satisfied, then you can come.
Sorry.
Are you finished?
No, that's it. Nothing.
Thank you. Thank you. Director ji.
Once you are an actor, after director, filmmaking.
This whole thing is a film, yaar.
Huh?
So we are in the movie right now. Look at the lights shining on us.
My film is
The
starting.
camera is over there. Sound, action, everything.
She is assistant director.
No, not just this.
Sound and
This, not just here. Everything is a movie, I'm
He
saying.
is the director.
Well,
Finally.
his body was the actor, but his essence was the director.
Always, right?
Yeah.
Chit.
Yeah. His body acted according to the director's will. Producer. I don't know the end credits. I haven't seen the end credits yet. So I don't know who is what. No, it's okay.
So, yeah. My thing is, first, see, to be very honest, if I talk about my own self, my experiences are quite limited. Rest of the stuff which we tend to believe, I told you I was a cutter atheist, I'm a proper atheist, like Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, these were my gods at one point of my life. So, if you see from that perspective, or this perspective, or any other perspective which I go through, we tend to believe in, when I call faith, without experience, that experiences are very, very limited, except some samadhi states or thoughtless states. We tend to have this tendency to believe in somebody without a proper empirical evidences. We don't have a proper evidence, but we tend to get into this state of faith, just because we are suffering. It's not, in my case, it is not the enlightenment which I want, because I don't know what is enlightenment. It is just a theory for me, except for believing in Ramana or Siddhartha Gautama. It is just that I want to get rid of suffering. I give a name called okay, there is a la-la land called enlightenment, and if I get there, I'll be fine. It's basically faith. It's nothing more than that. So how to exactly even trust something called as enlightenment exists? Because is it something like when you see Abrahamic traditions, it's all about the la la land is supposed to be the heaven, the Christ is going to, if you follow Christ, you're going to be in the la la land called heaven, so you have to follow. But none of the people actually died, but still they believe in it. So are we not exactly believing in something called as enlightenment, though we have no bloody clue about it? what exactly it is. Like, we don't know. Like, people say they're enlightened. We have to believe it. They're enlightened. We may have some experiences about it. Is it a new La La Land? Is it like, new? We believe in stuff like births, rebirths. Just because Ramana has said that, I believe because I don't believe Ramana has a capacity to lie, because I have studied his life. That's a faith. That's just pure faith. But is it not like, some other La La Land which we are creating about enlightenment, just based on faith, like, how Abrahamic traditions have about you go to heaven and hell, if you in Islam and Christianity, all this. Is it not very similar? Or is it something different? Are we cheating our own self in one or the other way is my question.
That's a great question. Don't believe if you see that it's another fantasy that you're making up, which makes you feel like this is not enough, then it's of no use, right? If a concept of enlightenment becomes a fantasy of escaping life, it's not serving you. Just like the concept of heaven some people use to create hell on earth, right? And that's completely missing the point. And if you are using the concept of enlightenment to say that there is something missing in life, that I want to avoid life by going to enlightenment, it's similarly missing the point again. So let me come to it. So what I'm saying is, you don't need to have faith, even though it's important, sometimes to just have faith in what is being shown by your teacher or by Ramana to see it. You don't really need to, because you can find out with your own experience. And it's possible for you, even though you may not have found it yet.
That's the part where we call as faith, right?
But that's what I'm saying. To counter that, don't rely on somebody said something and I have to believe it. I'm asking you to find out for yourself in your own experience. You can do it right now. And then you don't have to have this, I am believing Ramana because his life was good or whatever.
No, I had a little glimpses. That is the reason why.
See. So
Which
that means.
Which I can't transfer it to somebody else.
But that means you have had experience.
Which can't be like quantified, which can't be
It that doesn't mean that it's not an experience.
And, of course, it is pure silence for a few days, but
Yeah.
That experience can't be quantified, and I don't even know if it is psychosis. For example, when you say, I don't know what that experience was. Like later, somebody said it is kind of a samadhi for 3 days, and after that, I was hospitalized for 1.5 months because I could not take that bliss. But that could be very much similar to like having, let's say, ecstasy or LSD or mushrooms. I don't even know if it is psychosis.
What this you're doing right now, reasoning and pushing it away and judging it, that is the ego. Because even though you've had the experience, the ego comes in and says, oh, I don't want to believe it. Even though I've seen it for 3 days, I don't want to believe it. Because if the ego believes that enlightenment is there and you've experienced it, then the ego's control, is at stake.
Because it's going to die.
That's what it thinks. The ego thinks enlightenment is death. Right? So the ego tries to protect itself with these judgments that you have. Oh, what if it's just like, some LSD or some psychosis or whatever that you are saying it is, even though you've experienced it yourself. Trust your experience.
I can trust the experience, but
Yeah, trust. What is stopping you?
I can't properly say that experience.
You don't need to judge it. You don't need to call it a name. You don't need to say this is what it was. You don't even need to understand it, because it's so vast you can't understand it. So stop trying to.
Understand it.
Stop trying to understand it. Stop trying to judge it. Stop trying to call it a samadhi or a non-samadhi, whatever it is. It doesn't help. Labeling is ego trying to make it into something, putting it into a box. Stop trying to do that, because it's your ego's trick to save itself. Desperate trick. The ego freaks out when seeing truth for the first time if the ego does not have the humility, does not have the maturity, does not have some guidance. That's why the guru is so important. That's why I've seen so many people who are freelancing have a samadhi and then freak out so much that they forget about enlightenment. Go mad. Yeah, there are people who go to these Shaktipaths to wake up their third eye when they're not ready, and they receive so much energy, and it works, that their third eye gets opened and they see so much, they cannot understand what's happening, and they think they are going crazy, and then get hospitalized. They get, become cuckoo, right? And their entire life falls apart. That's why it's important to have the right guidance as you do this. Or
Yesterday we discussed there is no way to actually.
that's the problem. That's the problem.
To exactly judge who is.
Or if you don't have the guidance, at least have trust in life that, okay, I have been seeking enlightenment for so long. You studied Ramana for a reason, because you wanted that, right? And you prayed for it. You've been desperate for it. You've been seeking it for so long, and life gives it to you. At least have trust in life, that life is giving you what you've been seeking. Then don't go about destroying what life has given you. Right? At least, see that this is a gift being offered to you, not a curse.
And that comes with a lot of pain.
It comes with a lot of pain. You may not understand why it's happening, because sometimes when you receive this gift, the body may not be ready, and there is a lot of adjustments that happen to receive it, and it feels like pain. I have gone through days of suffering to receive that energy.
That made me suicidal. I'll tell you what. I'll just give one hypothetical situation where you can just stress. The thing is, let us take out whatever is not there within our experience. Maybe it's there within your experience, but let me assume that 99.99% of this world does not have an experience of hell or heaven or enlightenment, or they do not have the experience of any other glimpses within to the self. Okay, but still they survive because they have some kind of a faith. Or in my case, when I was an atheist, I just loved science and that's it. There is no other way. And I never found a meaning to actually continue my life. All right. So if there is nothing, if the rebirth is not there, or if there is no anything which is anything which is out of our experience, and if we are just read somewhere and we are trusting it because we read somewhere, but we don't have those experiences in reality, let it be Siddhartha Gautama or even Ramana or Krishna or whoever it is. So it would be as Robert Calmus says in his book Myth of Sisyphus, that the only valid question a human being can actually ask is whether to commit suicide or not. The only philosophical question which is worth asking is whether to commit suicide or not. So thing is, if nothing is there, if there is no faith, towards anything at all, what is the point to live at all? If who wants to go to bed and wake up in the morning, just if they have a chance not to wake up, I think I would not wake up. If I have a chance not to be born, I'll go for the chance not to be born any given day. Because life, being born, eating, no matter how pleasurable the sex is, as author Schopenhauer says, once after the orgasm is done, the devil looks into your eyes and laugh. So basically,
My friend, you've been reading too much and believing all of that to be true.
something if seriously there is no faith in life, what is the point? Why? Tell me why. Thing is, forget enlightenment. I don't know what is enlightenment. I don't know what is rebirth. I don't even know if hell and heaven exists. It all just can be man-made stories. Why? Suicide is not a good option. Is there a why is it not a good option if there is nothing? It feels like deep sleep to me, right?
So really, when you're contemplating suicide, what the ego really wants there is the ego wants to die. So the ego really wants to stop doing this whole samsaric thing of suffering, birth and death. But by killing your body, you're not killing your ego. By killing your body, you're only prolonging that suffering. The only way to end the suffering is the real death, which is enlightenment.
That if
Mm.
the next life exists.
That,
If you buy into this concept called
yes,
Prarabdha
again.
karma, there is Agami, there is Sanchita, this karma goes on again, you have to take birth. I don't remember my past lives. Even if past lives are true, even if consciousness is something which eternal, which shifts from one body to another, like how it's mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, I don't remember my past lives. I don't know my future lives. What I know is right now, I'm here right now, and this life is fucking misery. I mean, this, it's painful. The existence is so painful. Right here, right now, that is what I know. So thing is, even if ego wants to die, I don't remember there is going to be a next life. I don't know if there is going to be a next life. So thing is, why most of the jnanis and everyone, they are against suicide, so no, you should not kill yourself, or euthanasia, or whatever it is. You should not kill yourself. It's going to give you a bad karma. But I don't remember my past lives.
Yeah, just because you don't remember what happened doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? And here comes the issue of faith again.
This is faith.
Yeah, this is faith. But as we were discussing earlier, you are putting your faith on Google Maps when you are trying to find your way to certain location, right? Until you know for sure by your own experience, sometimes it's important to have faith. And this is a good example where just because you don't remember your past lives, using that as a reason to say that they don't exist, and in that way somehow reasoning around and saying suicide is the way, or something like that. I'm just saying that suicide is not the answer, because what happens is you are hurting and killing something that is not really the problem. Your body is not the problem. Your mind, which lives on even without the body, the awareness which will go on and have other experiences which you will still try to run away from after you end this experience.
But
I know I'm still talking things with faith, but instead of all that, don't involve faith. Forget about faith. Forget faith and see where the problem is coming from. The problem is suffering. Right? Solve that problem directly. Why do you create one more problem where you may try suicide and or harm yourself for no reason at all?
No, it's not about the
Yeah.
only thing which is keeping me alive is it's kind of faith, but it's not reason. If you call me, it's not, definitely not reason, it's faith. It's pure faith. It's not. So when you say that you have to prolong, let me give an example. Within Sanatan Dharam, within the culture of India, suicide has a very respectable place. Jain monks, you know what they do, right? They go into this fasting until not even water. They just give up their life. They're not necessarily enlightened, but they just give up their life. So when you see this something in the context of euthanasia, for example, something happened to you, you're a good friend of mine, something happened to you, and basically there is nothing that you're just lying down like a dead vegetable. If I have a gun and if I have to shoot you down, I will shoot you down. Even if my mother is going through the trauma, if there is no way for to I love my mother, okay, but thing is if she's lying down like a dead vegetable for 10 years and nothing is going to happen, if I know it, I'll take my gun and I'll shoot her in the head without a hesitation, because it is unnecessary suffering. Even I was just reading Nisargadatta Maharaja the other day. He says sometimes it is better to contemplate on suicide than actually going into this unnecessary pointless suffering sometimes. That is a very contradictory thing for somebody Nisargadatta Maharaj, who's one of the greatest gurus of our last century, to say that. Again, this all come back to this single question called morality versus there is no objectivity in morality. First of all, I feel so. And the second thing is we don't, it is all about faith, which is out of our experience, because somebody said, because Shakti Kumar said that, yes, because Ramana said this, yes, because but this is just faith. If I tell you see, the past lives or future lives experiences are as similar. If I say there is one Coke bottle which I kicked and which is actually orbiting the earth right now, the proof for the both of these things are basically same. There is no proof.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
There can be a Coke bottle
which is there. Yeah. I understand the problem with faith that you're having.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying, let's put it aside. Let's not use faith. One of the things Buddha said is, don't believe what I said. Try it for yourself and trust your own experience. Don't believe it just because I said it. So, I'm asking you to put aside faith for now. And since you've had experience, these 3 days you said of experience of enlightenment, in a glimpse, as you said. Yes. And can you tell me about this glimpse? What in relation to, I'm asking you because I'm not asking you the entire experience, but my question here is, in those 3 days, did you have suffering or not? Because I'm trying to understand the problem here, which is, from what I understand, is that you want to end suffering.
That's the only thing. I don't want enlightenment. I don't even want enlightenment because I don't know what it is. The only thing I want is to end suffering. I don't, yeah. That's the only thing I want. My thing is I started to come back here, like, I came here to just commit suicide, first of all. Like, I was Googling, like, either suicide or, like, enlightenment, because I was in love with Siddharth Gautama and used to do a lot of meditation because in the Vipassana and all, because he never talked about God. But still, like, karma thing used to just fly over my head. So, like, I was in so much of suffering in 2015 when I met you first. All right, that, one day I questioned myself, like, I used to come back to this place again and again. I used to read a lot of Ramana and everything. Self-inquiry is supposed to be the fastest way to get enlightened. All right, so, like, I want to end the suffering as quickly as possible. And again, it's faith. Like, some part I have to give it, because, like, I was.
Okay,
So
let's
one day.
put that aside and let's talk about experience.
Yeah, one day. How can this mountain be Shiva? It is bloody rock. First of all, it is just a fucking rock, nothing more. Sorry if to anybody to offend, but, like, it is just a rock. All right. But at the same time, Ramana was so lovely, in the sense I studied entire. He never had, he never taken sexual advantage of any woman who is his devotee, or he never touched money. He basically lived in underwear all his life, right? So, like, when I questioned myself, there are two things happened. One thing is, I did not find Ramana had a good reason to lie. All right. Second thing I asked myself is he mad? Which is a good possibility. Maybe he's mad. But thing is, I asked to myself, even if he's mad, why don't I want that kind of madness? Because, like, he was dying in so much of peace, even his body was suffering. So I wanted that kind of madness. And third thing is, when I accepted this, and when I came to a conclusion that, like, thousands of people from different 5,000 years, they came to a same conclusion who are from different timelines. It has to be the mother of coincidences, who did not even read Vedas or anything. Like, somebody in the desert like Rumi came to the same conclusion. Christ came to the same conclusion. It has to be, there must be some value to it, and maybe they are all mad. And I wanted that madness, even if it is mad. So when I accepted this, I was just walking and, like, I was smoking a cigarette. And what happened for 3 days is I was doing everything, but there was no me in any of that. I did not know it was a samadhi. Later on, like, some sadhu told it was a samadhi. There was no me. I was smoking a cigarette. I was talking to a beautiful girl. Like, everything was happening, but there was no me in it. As a witness, I was there, but I was not consciously making any choice. I was, like, having a beer also, like, but thing is, like, body and mind are completely separated from the witness called me. And I found out that that witness, whatever is there in me, as me, is not the end. I could see some dark, void kind of a thing, which is pulling me, but I was too afraid to go. And after 3 days...
My question is, was there suffering during this period?
None. It was the most... it was like me. I was a zombie man for 3 days. I was basically like a zombie, like, things are happening, but it's like a deep walking sleep state. I was awake, but I was not awake. But after it went, like, I could not take that kind of a bliss, and I had 103, 104 fever, and they have to kick me to hospital, and they did not know what happened. I was not able to sleep. I was smiling like an idiot without reason. And they thought I'm going to die. But thing is, that experience itself was enough for me to convince that there is something beyond. But, like, again, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I was going through some kind of a psychosis. I don't even know, like, it is samadhi. I don't know what it is, basically.
Yeah, you're so fortunate to experience it for 3 days like that. And you know what it is in your heart. You said there was no suffering. You said there was bliss. And having studied, all these things, having read all these things, you must have known that this is what you've been looking for.
But it came back. The doership came back, and the suffering
That's how it works, because life gives you a sample first. Life gives you a sample to make sure and understand whether you want it or not. Because if it gives you the full version, what if you don't want it? Some people are so attached to their ego, they just want their ego back sometimes. And that's how it ends too. Even when you're given this sample, this glimpse, where there is no suffering, where there is bliss, the way, let me come to you. the way that it ends, you said it ended. The way that it ends is because you're still attached to some parts of your ego, even though it's suffering. Oh, it's sweet suffering. No. There is some part of something that you like, you want it back.
Suffering is suffering.
No, you may not want the suffering, but you want the things that cause suffering. The grandeur of the ego, the superiority, the inferiority. I am such a person, I am that kind of a person. I like this, I dislike this. Something you're attached to, and that's how it comes back. In my own experience, I've experienced these things too. Exactly what you said. It's not psychosis, because I'm still here talking and I'm not hospitalized or. Huh?
Neither was he, but
Yeah, but sometimes when you don't have the right understanding or the guidance of what is happening, the ego tries to sabotage the whole thing by calling it psychosis, by calling it whatever else that makes you get back into the ego much more strongly. The ego is playing this dirty. It's a war for the ego. It's desperate for survival. So it makes up this story that, oh my God, I'm going crazy, because it wants you to avoid going back into that again. It was the most beautiful thing you probably experienced in your whole life, right?
yeah, the most I have to.
Yes.
The thing is, like,
Yes. And why?
why would it just be faith?
Yeah. Why would it be faith?
Because it's not there right here, right now.
It even though you experienced it, even though you've tasted it and felt it and had a full experience for 3 years, and you still can't believe your own experience, what are you talking about faith?
3 days.
Yeah, what are you talking about faith?
I'm talking about, like,
Stop talking about faith. You've experienced it. Don't make that excuse.
Now I'm not. That's the point. Like,
Now you're not. You eaten the ice cream yesterday, and now you're saying, oh, ice cream does not exist. Maybe ice cream was an imagination.
No,
That's exactly what you're doing right now.
that's a very wrong analogy.
No, you've experienced, you tasted it yesterday, and you're saying now, oh, it was just some dream I had.
It feels like a dream, by the way.
Huh?
The world felt like a dream.
This is your.
Ego telling
Ah.
me. This is where I was.
Stop this.
What stop this? Yeah. The thing is, you said you experienced something like this, and after that, life gets 1,000 times more painful.
No, it didn't get painful because of the experience. Let me tell you, it didn't get painful because of the experience you had, but because of your ego's attempt to sabotage that. And sometimes when the media can twist everything into and put a spin on it.
You did not get the point here. Like,
No, I'm getting the point.
I said, like, the doership is very, very irritating. Okay? And in those 3 days, there was me, but there was no doership. And it was blissful. It is not a mythical experiences where I saw Shiva with a blue eye and doing with like this or something. There was a very, very simple experience. It is very close to, like, dreaming sleep or something like that. Right? There was just silence within me, nothing more. But once the doership came back, I did not ask for that fucking experience. It came. It went away on its own accord. All right? And thing is, me trying to chase that again is giving me suffering. That's one thing. The other one is, I'm not even sure right now. I'm not sure right now. If like, even now I think back and see, like, what if it kind of a madness, if that thing is still there in me, because it may be because of my
So the
science conditioning in my head, being like, a flag bearer of atheism in Andhra and Telangana at one point. or something
no.
like that.
So the suffering you said is you wanting to go back into that experience.
Yeah, because
Right? Let's stop there. Right? So the suffering is wanting ice cream again. And not that saying, oh, ice cream did not exist in the first place. So let's get these things straight.
Misunderstood me again.
Okay.
By me want when I said I want that experience, that doesn't mean I want that experience. That means I just want to live without suffering. This is what I mean, like, me chasing that experience, that doesn't mean like, I have to go back to, the same place and start smoking cigarette and walk as if nothing is going to happen. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying basically like, in those 3 days I realized there was no suffering and I don't want to suffer. That doesn't mean I want the same experience back.
So instead of going deeper into this just world jugglery and everything, let me tell you what happened when I had these experiences. Because when I had these glimpses, I was, I was in bliss for a while and all that. And when it came down, instead of saying, "Oh my God, I just want to go back and I don't want normal life ever again," I was grateful that it happened. And I saw that whatever was given to me as a glimpse was a gift of the Guru, because I had found my Guru just before that. And at the feet of my Guru, I had that experience the first time. And because I had that, I trusted it. And I saw that, okay, life is showing me I am on the right path, and it's showing it through this experience. And that experience was teaching me something about the true nature of life by giving me a peek into what is true, what is reality. And with that trust in my Guru, with that trust in life, I accepted it, and I had further experience. After the first experience, a few days later, the second experience happened. A few days later, a third experience happened, because I was open and receptive. This is what I was talking earlier about. Whenever life gives you something, you can open your heart and receive it and be grateful for it. Or you can close down and say, "Oh, why was it taken away from me?" Right? So this is what I did. But later, after my Guru left, after that, a few days of being with him and having all these experiences, after he left, my mind also created this story that, oh my God, my Guru was there and I was having these experiences, but now life is coming back to normal. But what I did when that happened was, because I knew that it was true what happened, I wanted to get back there, and I started meditating really hard. I would meditate as much as possible, hours and hours and hours a day. I would fast. I would just go to the ashram and sit in front of Ramana's photo in the meditation hall all day. Every hour it was open, I was just sitting there. I would go to do Girivalam. I would go up the mountain and meditate on the mountain. So I did whatever I could to go back there, instead of hardening up and saying, "Oh my God, it's taken away from me. Life is shit. I'm going to commit suicide." And I know there are reasons you're doing it, and I'm not saying, what you're doing is like, I understand that you've been hurt, and there are times when you just can't see the other way, and I'm sorry that's happening to you. But I'm saying that there is another way. I'm just saying that there is another way. You can use it positively instead of negatively. Because
that's why I asked you the question of suicide. Like,
yeah.
take out faith,
Mm.
take out faith which is not there within your experience. Take out, like, heaven and hell. Take out enlightenment, past births and future births.
Yeah.
Like, as someone said, like, suicide is a viable option. Like, if you take out faith,
And
the
but
point?
someone said suicide is a viable option. Someone said. Why are you using that now?
if I'm agreeing with
And didn't we put that aside
no,
for a while?
if I'm agreeing with something, I already know it. It basically, like, I can't
This
agree with
this
something which I already
this
know.
this is contradictory what you said.
Thing is, because I see, thing is, I have, me as a person, I bow down to my own knowledge. Like, I want this approval. That is the reason. Maybe I may not be able to exactly verbalize everything that's going on, but, like, when I say like, look at this very nice, I agree with this. Oh, you also agree with this. Oh, nice, nice. Now it has to, I'm looking for confirmation all the time.
So I think his ego wants something which he lost in the past.
Yeah, he wants.
But it's already registered in his mind that that is happiness. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
That's registered as
I don't know
happiness.
what is happiness. I know this life is suffering.
No, no,
Wh-
no. Because you feel suffered now, right?
Y-
It means you feel that is happiness. That's why that's why you're feeling now suffering like
no, let's get to the root of this. Yeah, let's get to the root of this. The problem here is that you want what you tasted back, the end of suffering. You had a sample of the end of suffering. But the way to get back into the end of suffering, the what you had a glimpse of, is not by wanting something. Even wanting the end of suffering is suffering. You're suffering even more by wanting the end of suffering. But the way to get out of suffering is through acceptance of it. The way to get out of this whole misery is not by escape, because we were talking that day, remember, pain, when I was talking about my accident. By trying to avoid pain, I was creating more suffering. When I accepted that pain, my suffering was gone. Even though there was physical signal of pain, there was no suffering.
When we discussed that last time, like, I
Mhm.
asked you something, like, can you go and tell this to a child who's suffering with a bone cancer in Africa?
Yeah.
Because of malnutrition. If I go and tell him, like, dude, look.
Yes, but my friend, you're not a 5-year old child in Africa suffering with bone cancer. But that's why I'm talking to you.
That's an extreme example. But
Yes.
what I exactly mean
But
is-
what we do is we rationalize, we imagine some fantasy and try to apply it to our life. That's not it.
No. What I mean is,
I'm talk.
when I'm sitting on a frying pan, I can't think.
You are not sitting on a frying pan. This hot seat is not that hot.
My thing is, it's an analogy, dude.
Yeah.
Just don't get too serious. It's just
No, you're just using all your ego tricks to escape.
Is there a other way to express that?
No. I understand.
What I mean is, life is shit, and it is suffering.
This is you, don't use faith now. Why are you saying life is shit?
Because it is.
Yeah, that's he's using faith. He's saying something without actually experiencing it.
I am experiencing it every. Sorry if I'm. It is shit. Thing is, nobody here knows what.
But that's-
enlightenment is. Do you know what enlightenment is, man? He doesn't know. But he came here because he wants to escape suffering. Who knows what enlightenment is? Anybody knows what enlightenment is? No one knows. Everybody.
That's your assumption. That's your faith again.
Nobody knows who's
See.
I may not know enlightenment, but I also know life is not shit. Not just
See.
I'll take the first part. I'll take the first part.
You're only taking what you like to take. Whatever your ego wants to fit into your thing, you're taking it. And other things you're rejecting. Even you rejected your own experience.
No, I'm not.
You rejected your own experience because your ego doesn't like it.
No, I did not.
And all the shit that you're expecting.
Not reject my own.
You had the most beautiful thing and you rejected it for 3 days.
Reject it.
And you're saying, oh, all life is shit.
No.
Why are you accepting shit and rejecting the honey?
Because life is suffering. It's the first noble truth of.
Why are you believing Buddha now?
Why?
Why are you believing something someone said?
Because I can actually compare. Like,
See, when you want to have faith in all the shit, you will have faith.
dude, that's not faith. By
When life has given you honey in your mouth, you still want shit.
I was a Buddhist monk at one point, you know that. Let me tell you what. There's a huge misinterpretation. But when I ran away from my house and became a Buddhist monk at 15 years old, I first asked this question to this one of the monk, what the fuck is life is suffering? You mean life is suffering, life is. There is a huge misinterpretation. He told me something very beautiful in the monastery. He told me, when you say that life is suffering, that does not mean you have to become old and die. Buddha actually meant by suffering there's a constant turmoil within you, which is like, where you're not completely happy with is what is happening inside and how it is happening outside. There is some kind of a disagreement, and that itself is suffering. Like, your very search for happiness is misery. That is what he told.
Exactly.
Right? So thing is, there is something called as, I'm not satisfied, man. Who is satisfied with their life? And if anybody is satisfied, why would they come here? That is what suffering is. If I'm completely satisfied, do you think I need Tiru? No, fuck no. I don't need this place.
That's the thing, no?
To realize that that is not the real happiness.
What is real happiness? Deep sleep is beautiful. I know that. For sure, like, deep sleep is beautiful, and every day before
It's
going to sleep, I wish I never wake up.
This, as you said, searching for happiness is suffering.
Yeah,
Right.
Of course, it is.
And if you go deeper into that, if you just take that and try to understand what you are doing, you're so desperate to end suffering that you've come to this point that you're ready to commit suicide or contemplating it.
No,
Right.
I tried, but it did not work out.
Yeah, whatever, right? What I'm saying, is that correct? You come to a point that you're contemplating suicide just because you're trying to find happiness, so it's not working.
Yeah, you can say so.
Yeah.
That's a nice way. Finally, we agree.
Yeah. so maybe the approach is wrong here.
What is it?
The approach is wrong. Sometimes
Still, you did not answer my question.
Like,
Without
let
faith.
but you are misusing faith here to believe in things that are shitty. Huh?
No.
Yeah, you made all sorts of statements
No, I said
which
life is
did
life
not
is-
depend on.
When I said life is shit, like, I mean suffering exists in life all the time, most of the time at least.
Mm.
This is not because Buddha has said it. Because, like, when I seriously contemplated on the four noble truths, and the first noble truth is this, then I came to a conclusion that, yeah, suffering does exist in this.
You are
That's a
misusing the noble truths in a very ignoble way.
only my brain is twisted, man. What to
No, that's why we are talking. No, you don't use your brain too much. You're using you're misusing your brain. That's the problem. You have a beautiful brain that you're misusing. You read so many things from people who have misunderstood life. And they might be great writers, but still their interpretation of life is in some way a misunderstanding. And you believe it, and you put your faith in the wrong place, my friend.
No, see, thing is, like, when you're saying I put my faith in a wrong place, I was talking to you a little while back, and I said, like, if I agree with something, I already know it.
I don't understand this.
don't understand
What do you mean? Explain that. If I agree with something, I already know it. That is faith. You're agreeing.
What I mean by that is, my ego is always looking for, like, acceptance. I don't mean that has to be true. For example, like, I agree with, like, yeah, Ramana said there will be past lives and future lives. I agree because why Ramana said, but that's not the point. I'm agreeing with it because I want to agree with it. Without any proof, without any empirical evidence, without anything, if I go to a Muslim
You're complicating. Wait. You're complicating things way too much. The solution is so simple and it's right in front of you, and you just want to meander in this cesspool.
My question was simple. My question is, why suicide is not a viable option?
Why do you want to know that? You just want the end of. Wait.
Why do I want to know it?
Wait.
Again, I'll say life is shit.
No,
But
wait.
it means it's
Let.
cycle, man, like we are running.
No. So you just want the end of suffering, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just go there.
No,
Forget about the past. Wait.
Particularly about suicide.
No. Why do you want to know that?
Because, like, it feels a good option.
Why do you want to know that? You just want the end of suffering, right? I can give you that.
Because except for
I can show you the way to end suffering. Is that enough, or do you want your curiosity to be satisfied?
right now, right here.
Yes, if you're open to it.
What do you mean by open to it? Expand on that. Because words can be very, very dangerous. What do you mean by
If
open?
Yeah, good question. We have to clarify the words, the terms and conditions. If you are open to it and receptive to it, and by that I mean, if you are ready to put, yeah, please, if you are ready to put all your faith aside, all your knowing aside, even all your past experience aside, because I see you're misusing those things to continue your suffering, which is very paradoxical, which is a tragedy. Yeah. So I am asking you, put your past aside for one moment. Whatever happened, I'm not asking you to forget it, but just put it aside for now, so that it doesn't affect your present experience. Because what we do is we color our present experience with the past, and then the present experience doesn't look like what it is. So I'm asking you, don't look at the present moment from the eyes of the past. Look at it with fresh eyes.
That's what you mean by open.
One, its terms and conditions are long, man. It's several pages. Let me tell you.
Main issue when
Yeah.
I go to some the one point which I have is like nobody uses free time.
Wait, you are not ready to receive the answer. That's the second point.
I'm not complete, man.
The second point is receptivity. I am telling you something, you're just already resisting it.
No, I'm simply asking, like, when we say, like, what do we say be open. What do you mean by open?
Telling you.
That is one thing. Like, you say like the list is long.
The list is long. What can I do? I have to explain to you. You made it so complicated.
I did not make it any.
And I'm telling you one simple thing.
Let,
and you're like, oh,
let me clarify to you, Shakti ji. I did not complicate anything. I came up with a very straight question. Why suicide is not a viable option? I said life is shit, which means suffering. Okay?
Yeah.
These are the
So
only
complicated,
two.
right?
When you ask,
Simple?
yeah, it is.
Is that in any way
It's
It's an option.
It's an
That's
option.
the answer you want, but it's not a. It's.
My man, my man
But-
speaks.
But, so is anything is an option.
Anything
Yeah.
is an option.
But
Anything is an option.
Then why
But-
is it not a viable option?
But I am not trying to satisfy your curiosity. I am not here to do that.
The
Absolutely,
fact
you're not
is,
here to do that.
Yeah.
Excuse me, gentlemen. If it was a viable option, it would have happened. The fact is, you tried and it did not happen. What does it tell you?
My destiny is far.
Not for you.
You're coloring your experience with. It's almost like you're so in love with that concept.
Mm-hmm.
You're coloring. You're absolutely painting everything with the most extreme. It's like you want to go there. Like you're pointing yourself there. Whether you have faith, knowing you've thrown all your faith, knowing out the window because you want to just go to this concept. And you talk about dangerous things.
And
Dude, you're putting yourself in a very dangerous place.
to end suffering.
And that's normal.
You call it end suffering, but this is faith. You are saying it will end suffering, but you don't know whether it will or not.
Yes,
You're taking a chance.
yes, I'm taking a chance.
Yeah.
But
So
I contemplate
again, that means you have decided something without experience. That is faith.
I'm saying, yeah.
Well, are you for faith or are you against faith at this point?
I'm not.
You're
for or
confused.
against faith. I'm
Huh.
not confused. I have a very crystal clear clarity that life is shit.
Huh, wait. That's why I'm saying when I said I want you to be open, which means that don't be closed to the concept of what I'm saying, because you have decided that life is shit, then no matter what I tell you, you won't be open to see it.
So you are asking me to put aside all my preconceived notions. of
Yes.
life,
Put aside your assumptions so we can clearly see it without those assumptions, because as soon as you have those assumptions or beliefs, in this case strong beliefs, no matter what I tell you will go in, because it's being filtered through all of this, your past experiences. And no matter, even if I give you the most effective solution to end your suffering, which is really what you want, right, it won't get to you. It will be lost in all these filters and nothing will come out.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
A really good way to do that is just to even put any embodied, separated, egoic life is suffering. The ego is suffering. Life is not suffering.
Ah,
Enlightenment is not suffering.
yeah, that's the
Oneness is
true
not
essence
suffering.
of that. Yeah.
Truth is not suffering. You have faith and knowing that Ramana was a nice guy.
Yeah.
That resonates in you.
Yes.
That's knowing. It's not faith. Faith is not just blind faith. Faith is something when you see something that's trustworthy, you get a little kernel of it and you follow it.
Ramana is a
It's
nice
meaning,
Ramana,
it's
is,
meaning.
Ramana is a nice guy, is knowing. Siddhartha Gautama is a nice guy, is a knowing. For me to call Arunachala mountain as Shiva is faith.
Yeah,
Okay?
Sure.
And me
If
too.
you don't have experience of it, nobody's
No. I had I had experiences, but like maybe they are coincidences. I don't know. All right. And if I love Siddhartha Gautama, it's nice because like Siddhartha Gautama is one of the most beautiful people I actually respect in my world.
Again, I think we are I think we are complicating things way too much. We don't need to get into that. Way too much complication. Let's make it simple. You want the end of suffering.
Yes.
Are you open to receive the solution?
Okay. How do I know I'm open or not?
Yeah,
I say I'm
that's
open,
why I'm defining what is open, which is I was explaining to you that even if the solution is presented to you, if you're not open, you will not receive it, which means if you have strong beliefs which make you not see the solution in the solution, then the solution does not work for you, even if the solution is effective.
So my question should be how to be open then.
Huh.
Because like if I say verbally like look man, I'm open right now. I may just tell you like I'm open right now, but there is no way for me to confirm within my head that I'm actually open. Maybe I don't know because like I don't even know how my subconscious mind works. So I can tell you verbally, dude, like I'm feeling so much of peace with just looking at your smile and I'm open now. But maybe I'm not. According to you, I mean your own understanding and definition of what openness can be or could be. So basically like if I'm not able to end my suffering because you are giving me a solution, it is because I am not open to it. There is nothing wrong with your solution, according to you, and it is my fault.
I'm not saying it's your fault. No, wait. I am helping you. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you. You're not open, and you won't succeed. I'm saying you can be open. Yes, that's what I'm kind of showing you right now. How you can be open. Right? Ah. Then let's do it. So, when you have the openness to be open, which you have right now, when you have the openness to be open, when you want to be open, in other words, you can learn how to be. And that is, the way I have found, and it has worked for many that I've guided people through, is something very simple that you can do, which actually counters the complexities. The way to be open is to, one, whatever comes into your ego mind, which you can notice if you just take a deep breath, if you're open to close your eyes. Okay, yeah, just have no expectations, because if you have expectations, you are not open. Take a deep breath. Long, deep breath. And I'm asking you to involve your body in this, because when you are involving your body and taking a deep breath, you come to the present moment. And I want you to just be here in this moment, because as soon as you start thinking about the past, I see your eyes are open. So
Because I can
mm,
actually meditate a lot better with my eyes open.
okay, okay.
Half closed.
Okay, okay. If that works for you, yeah, I'm trying to understand why your eyes are open.
No, I
Yeah.
have this habit of meditating with half closed eyes.
Okay, okay. If that works for you, that helps you open up. As long as you're trying to sincerely do it. I mean, if that is what you want, I'm not trying to force you into something. But if you want this solution that I'm presenting, you know, mm, yeah. So I know you've had a very complicated past, so let's just put it aside. Let's not come from the past. As you take a deep breath, notice it, be conscious of it, which brings your awareness to what is here right now. Your body is always in the present moment. Your mind can wander around to the imagined future and memories of the past, which are not relevant right now. Right now, in this moment, nothing is relevant. What happened to you a few years ago, what your name is, which comes from the past, who you are with according to all your definitions, don't give a care about that. Just be here, experience this body right now. And every time a thought comes into your mind and says anything that involves the past, anything that concerns the future, just for now, don't believe it. As we go through this process, don't believe that. Don't give your power to it, because as soon as you believe any of these thoughts, you are assuming things. You are having faith in that thought. What I'm asking you to do is just experience right now. No faith, no belief, purely experience. Experience this moment. Whatever you're seeing with your half open eyes, whatever you're hearing, don't even interpret it, because even if you're interpreting it, even if you're thinking about what I'm saying, it's still a story. Oh, I like what he said, I don't like what he said. I agree what he said with what he said, I don't agree with what he said. I just want you to be, just for this experimental moment, give me the benefit of the doubt and simply be here. You'll notice these thoughts always try to convince you of something. They have an inbuilt presumption of the I, me, mine. All these thoughts are somehow related to your ego, the false self, your identity that you have built. So don't believe in any of them. How I see it is that they're all on the surface of you, and as you let go of them, letting go is just simply not believing, not following that thought, not giving power to that thought by continuing it. You see what I mean? Simply don't follow those thoughts. Simply let them go. They will come, and just as they come, they will go. Very temporary. If you don't follow them, that is, if you continue following them, if you continue believing in them, continue adding to that story, you'll keep continuing as long as you continue. So let them go. Don't hold on. Don't grasp at it, even though A thought might come and say, oh, I don't like this, whatever. It's I thought. Oh, why am I sitting here and listening to this guy? It's an I thought. That thought makes you believe that you're the body right now. That thought makes you believe you're the personality. And it's all based in the past. And that's why I want you to be here right now. And every thought, every story, let it go. Take another deep breath. And with every breath, let it go. Because use your breath as a reminder to let go again and again. Because sometimes these thoughts capture us and then we forget. Suddenly you're thinking about, oh, what happened a few years ago, or why life is shit, or any of these old assumptions. And if you're doing that, then you're not open. So to be really open, be completely here without any assumptions from the past, without any beliefs based on past experience. I want you to experience what is here right now. No faith, nothing else. Just your awareness. Fresh. Are you getting what I'm saying? Yeah, whatever comes up, feel it. If it's sadness, when we come to the present moment and let go of these things we have suppressed for a long time, they start coming up sometimes. And we have to let them flow through. If it's sadness, it's okay. Don't interpret it as sadness also. Just feel whatever your body is feeling, feel it. Don't even call it sadness or happiness or whatever. Don't name, don't label, because if you're labeling something, you're learning from the past. And then you're not open. How do you know it's sadness? From the past. Just experience whatever your body is feeling contracted, heavy, feel that. Don't even call it heavy or contracted. Just feel it, whatever it is. You don't need words, you don't need definitions. Take your time to feel that. You're in a safe space. It's okay. Whatever you feel, don't think about others. Because others are also from the past. Be here. And as you let go of these things, I know it's hard to let go sometimes. And that's why you have to do it again and again. With every breath, let go. With every exhalation, let go. Notice and let go. Notice and let go. And sooner or later, you'll come to a point where you have let go of these big things, big stories, which are apparent, and they have this charge of I, me, mine in the background. And then will come the smaller, subtler things. Sometimes they can't even be put into words. There's a sense of, oh, I am this body, without even saying it. Comes from the past again. There's a sense of, oh, I'm feeling sad. I'm such a person. I'm a happy person. Whatever. It comes as a feeling. Even don't believe that. All from the past. Are you able to do that? Or is there something blocking you from doing that?
It's more like Vipassana.
See, don't label that. What is Vipassana? You don't know. You do. Yeah.
I have only one way to express.
Yes. I understand that, but I'm still pointing out something that you don't have any clue what Vipassana is. Because if you compare it, again, you will do something else.
Just feeling whatever he wants.
Yeah. I understand. I understand. I'm not.
Observant stuff come and go.
Yeah. I know you might have done something similar like this before. But if you compare it to what you've done it before, you can't do it right.
No, I'm not comparing.
Yeah.
Being a witness to whatever is happening.
Okay. Are you able to let go of these thoughts? And as you go deeper, you'll see all these thoughts are coming and going. But there is something in the background that is still. The foreground is moving. Concepts, ideas, beliefs, thoughts, stories with the charge of I come and go. But do you see the stage in which they come and go? There is a stillness holding all of them. That's the foundation on which all these things come and go. I want you to keep letting go, keep letting go, keep letting go. And as you let go, the stage becomes more and more apparent. Because every time you hold on to something, you can only see that. The ego just focuses on that one thought and you forget everything else. So let go, and then you see the bigger picture. Then you zoom out. You take a step back, and then you see there are many things happening. All the things that are here you will see in one go, which is zooming out. You see that? Not yet. So you have to keep letting go more. If you're focused on one thought, notice that you're focused on it and let go. These thoughts try to capture your attention by saying, "Oh, I'm important. You have to think about me right now." Don't be fooled by your thoughts. In this moment, nothing is important. In this moment, nothing matters. Take a step back. Relax. It's not serious. I know we've been serious all this time, but drop seriousness. Seriousness is tension. I know we are trying to achieve something in this moment, but let go of that too. Because wanting to achieve something is from the future, based on the past too. So in this moment, even let go of that. Forget what we are trying to do here. Forget even why we are doing this experiment. Because that's from the past, few minutes ago. Now do you see the bigger picture? Hmm. 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 What do you see? What do you feel?
Feel calm, relaxed, and still just seeing thoughts come and go, come and go, come and go. There's me and there's observation. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hmm. You're feeling calm. You're seeing the thoughts come and go. Hmm. Hmm. Take another step back. Hmm. Relax even more. Hmm. Hmm. Notice where you're holding on. Even in your body, when you're holding on something in your body, it means that there is something still being held on in the mind.
That's because of my back pain.
Ah, okay. Yeah, even that back pain, whatever is that signal is coming, whatever stimulus is there, don't even interpret that in this moment. Don't even call that pain. Hmm. You let your body move if it needs to, or adjust or whatever, but let it happen. Don't do it on purpose. Oh, yesterday when I sat in this position, the back pain went away. Don't do that, because it's from the past. Let your body move if it needs to. Hmm.
I have a question actually.
Okay.
Is it not like, there is some elements within us which are still past but can guide us to the right place, in the sense like, the language which you are saying that don't, be in past, is a language which I learnt in my past, which is asking me not to be in past, which is bringing back to the present. So don't you think there is some elements of past which is important for us to function so that we can get inside?
So when I say something, do you have to think to understand it? It automatically happen. It's happening, right? Even though it's from the past. It's, you are understanding what I'm saying right now, right? That's enough. Hmm. Our body has certain intelligence, certain skills of how to walk, how to talk, whatever. Even though we've learned it in the past, that's okay. That skill is here right now. And it's happening automatically. You don't need to do it. You are not the doer of the understanding. It just spontaneously happens. So let it happen. Don't think about it, because if you think about it, you get out of this whole thing. Hmm. If you want to be truly open, just put those doubts aside for a little while. You can pick them up later. You can think about it later. It's okay. You can analyze it later. What's happening now? Hmm. Discomfort might come up. No? No? Okay.
My physical condition is little.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. But are you able to let go? Are you able to take a step back? Not yet.
No, there is me, of course. Like there is me, but as you said, like just observing the thoughts. I'm not able to do anything more than that. In the sense, just observing thoughts come and go. If there is a pain in the body, just observe it without any interpretation or labels. That's something which I'm doing. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
In this moment, is there suffering? No. Hmm. Okay. Congratulations. Just stay in this moment. No, it's just the beginning. In this moment, there is no suffering because there is no me being believed or I thought being believed. And like you had a glimpse earlier, you are having a glimpse right now of the state where there is no suffering. Because there is no past, because there is no future, because there is no I, me, mine being taken seriously and believed, there is no suffering. Hmm. Hmm. And this place in which there is no suffering, that's available to you all the time. But whenever you believe the thoughts that have presumptions of I, me, mine, the suffering comes back. Then the existential angst comes back because you have imagined yourself to exist as a particular entity.
Can we do this all the time when, like, there is,
That's a good question.
in the sense, like, for example, if my body is going through extreme pain, like, even can I do the same thing, like, even when I'm going through some extremes of pains and miseries in life? I don't.
Okay, to continue to do this, what I talk about is this as the surface and the depth. What you are doing right now, you let go of the surface and you come to a place where these things on the surface, the thoughts, the ego, I, me, mine, future, past, all that doesn't touch you in the in the depth. And that's why you feel calm. That's why you feel relaxed. That's why you feel no suffering. There is no suffering in the depth. But when we have to invariably deal with things on the surface, like you have to talk to somebody and say, oh, my name is this, or you have to use I, me, mine in all these various forms and deal with practical stuff, do stuff. You can still be in this place that you're in the depth, by even though you have to do things as a person, understanding that you're just playing a role. Just playing a part in a play as if. Don't believe that you are it. Even though you say, my name is Neil, understand that you are just interacting with somebody as a role that is called Neil.
Can do that when we are going through pain.
You can do it while going through pain. You can do it while going through anything. Yeah, no, you have some pain right now, right? I know it's not extreme pain, which was your question.
It's just because of something else.
Yes. So even though you had pain, you could relax and let go and stop interpreting that pain. I'm not saying, like, when you have extreme pain, you have to sit down and relax and let go. When you have pain, if you can do something to get rid of it, like if, let's say, there is something hot and you touched it and it's extremely painful, the immediate reaction that happens naturally is the body moves the leg back, right? So do what is necessary And if you have a problem that you're facing, you may use your thought, you may use your stories, but don't take them too seriously. Don't believe that you are that thought. Use that thought and then leave it. Just hold on to it just lightly enough to deal with it and let it go. Like touching it with a feather, not grasping it with your fist.
See, is it possible, for example, I write, when I have to make a film, like I have to write my script down. I have to sit and I have to think about all imaginary situations which are only going to happen in my head. So, like, in those kind of situations, me being a filmmaker and a writer, like, it is very, very easy for me to, like, just forget everything and, like, be, like, I have to get involved with the imaginary situations. It's not like I just can be a witness and write all these things. Like, there has to be a lot of brain churning, there has to be a lot of, you know what I mean, right? Like, there have to be a lot of involvement in that.
Yeah.
So then,
That's actually helpful rather than a hindrance. Because when you're imagining you playing a role, you know that it's not you. In a way.
somehow I'm not able to understand that.
Hmm.
So maybe I have to just contemplate on it a little more of just imagining being a role, but I have to be very honest with you. Like, I'm not able to understand what it means.
Yeah,
But
then
maybe
let's
I have to just contemplate more.
let's talk about it, because when you are writing a film, you are writing different roles. You know, oh, this character does this. Oh, character development happens, and this is how the character evolves, and you try to live life through their point of view. And in that moment, you are kind of looking at life through that role. And that's exactly what I'm asking you to do, but without getting so involved in it. So you might be writing something and you might be imagining through their point of view, but you still know you are you, right? Right? In the same way, even though you are acting out your role as Neil, I want you to remember that you are beyond Neil. All the time.
That can be tough.
That can be tough, but that can be done. It's not, I'm not saying.
Actually, for me, it will be a little more tougher. So
I don't think so. You have such a strong mind. You have the intelligence, you have the skills, you have the knowledge, you have the wisdom. You have a glimpse of enlightenment itself where you have experienced it. So you can do it. I'm not saying it's easy and it can be done like right now and it will continue all the time, but you know how to do it, and you have to put effort. You have to remember, you have to persevere, you have to have patience. Because all these years in your life, you have trained yourself to believe in the I thought. You believed my name is Neil. You believed.
naturally,
Yeah, that's so. In order to overcome that, it takes patience and perseverance. Yeah, but this is the solution. This is a path that you can take if you choose to end suffering. Because you've seen that there was no suffering here.
just like meditation. When I sit near Ramana and I meditate or in Virupaksha cave or anywhere, like I feel the same thing. Like, but once if the mind starts to involve, and I'm in a work where I have to write scripts and hold a camera and like do whatever is required, it's impossible for me to not fall in the clutches of Maya.
Yeah, that happens, but again you can remember and let go. It's okay to fall.
Then I can't write.
It's okay to, even when you write, when you see that you're doing it as a role, you're doing it because that's your work. When you, let's say, because you're a filmmaker, let's say an actor comes and starts playing a role of a murderer. But as an actor, he's a good guy. Let's say he acts as a psychotic person. In real life, he's very sane. But when he's acting according to that role. So understand that's what you're doing in life. When you're holding the camera or writing the script, you're playing the role of the director or filmmaker.
I have to just separate myself.
So don't play it so seriously. Play it playfully. Be sincere, do what you need to do, but don't take it to be you.
Dude, see, you have been an actor, right? 5-6 years back, we used to work as an actor. So thing is, how tough it is. When it comes to real life situations, we are fucked. It's very, very tough.
That's not been my experience.
When we write, when we are in the set, we are with the crew of 1,000 people looking at us, and time running out. It is, for me, it is impossible to think about the state which you are talking about of not getting attachment. It is quite impossible for me.
Yeah, I'm not saying just practice that when you're so under so much pressure. You have to practice this in times when you are free, in times when you don't have that pressure, and that's when you build that way of looking at things. That's when you understand and practice it and experiment with it and get to know it. And I know in tough situations you will fail in the beginning, but that's okay. That's how you learn to apply it. I'm not saying this is the golden formula that will work from now on to everything. You have to find a way to apply it, customize it to your life and situation. Yeah, but without putting your work into it, it's not.
I have to work on myself, you're saying. I have to work on, detaching myself from the concepts, so that I can get out of this I.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah. Because as long as there is the I being believed, the suffering that comes with it is also believed. As soon as you let go of the I, the suffering disappears. You'll see this again and again. And if you really want to end suffering, you will continue to let go if you choose.
I got it. Now I'm getting it. Yeah. It's basically I have to just let go when I'm free. At least at the few moments of the day, whenever I'm free.
Yeah, you not just few moments of the day. You can do it all the time because it's something internal. You can do it with every breath. That's why I involve breathing. It's not just a cerebral thing that you're only thinking about it. If you're just thinking about it, it just doesn't work. Involve your breath. Make your breath your reminder, because suddenly the situation is so tense and something will... and you breathe and you're like, oh, I remember. I have to let go. Yes. And then you come to the present moment with the breath. And then you let go of the past and you let go of the I. And then you're free again. Do it all the time, as much as you can.
I'm doing it all the time, as much as I can. My situation is a little different. You know what it is like. It's something else. So my situation is I know this. There is something called as reality, and there is something called as life. As a normal person, I'm living and everything, but at the same time, in my experience, whatever happened, I know there is a way to end this. At the same time, I don't feel competent enough to end it.
So that's, again, if you believe that you're not competent enough, that's from the past. That's a judgment. That's I am not competent enough. That's what I'm asking you to let go. You see? And if you let go of that, I am not competent enough, then you can proceed letting go of the other things. But if you believe I am not competent enough, you won't even try, then nothing will happen. You'll continue to suffer. Yeah. Do it. Do it every day. Do it every moment. Do it with every breath.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you. Whew, that was a long discussion. But that went really deep. I really enjoyed it. And I hope it works for you. Which means that I hope you make it work. You have to put effort into it. Shraddha and Saburi. Like Sai Baba said. I love that Shraddha is here, so I had to say that. Shraddha and Saburi. Shraddha is sincerity, wanting to do it in the right way. Saburi is, having the patience and perseverance to continue doing it. It won't happen now, it won't happen tomorrow. It may take weeks, months, years. But if you keep at it, it will succeed. Yeah. If you're not ready to put the effort into it, it won't work. Did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to say if it's helpful, my experience with karma yoga.
Yeah.
I've kind of faced something.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to share this because in our path, karma yoga is so important. And you mentioned it yesterday that I'm doing the work really selflessly. And I used to be super attached to my work. Like my first job, I would work 8 hours a day at work. I would go home and then I would work another like 5 or 6 hours because I always felt behind. And then the next day I would go to work and my boss would never say anything like, he was like happy with it. But inside I was suffering so much because I always felt like I wasn't doing enough work for what my expectation of myself was. And then after joining this path and learning about karma yoga, I've always been a perfectionist, and so that makes me suffer a lot. And what I learned to do, learning to do, is like use, rather than like doing my work for myself, it's like I do my work as part of my spiritual path. It's part of the journey. It's an offering. So whenever I'm doing it, there's like 3 principles that we learn to kind of follow that guide you, and you can catch yourself when you're stuck in your ego. And it's impeccability, selflessness, and detachment. And so I could see, once I started learning this, I was actually working as a product manager, which I don't know if anyone has done that job, but in that job, you're kind of like a mini CEO of whatever thing you're creating. And so not only are you managing an engineering team, a design team, you're also reporting to like the C-suite people that are like, hey, this is the thing to do. So you're kind of under all this pressure. And I was freaking out, and I would be really panicked. And I could see in my mind where I was really attached to the outcome. And so with this, these 3 things in my mind every day, I would be like, oh, okay, I should detach from the outcome. I should do my work impeccably, so just putting as much as I can do and let it go. After that, like I do what I can do for the amount of hours that I can do it. And then if I'm sincere in how I'm doing it, then I can let go of the outcome, and then whatever happens, happens. And by practicing this for the past couple of years now, when I do my work, even if I'm in kind of like going through some kind of a reaction or something, my work is like my refuge. Like when I start to do work in this way, I actually come out of my ego. I'm like, oh, I'm just doing work, and it's just like the work is doing itself.
Exact opposite happens
Yeah, for me too, it was like that. It was like work was the thing that would make me really stuck. Like I would be free outside of work, and then I would go to work and I would have so much suffering. Even on weekends, like I would be thinking about my work, thinking about the projects, and it was really difficult for me. I was always working. And now I work a job and I work a couple hours. My boss is still happy. I cut down on how much, like, because I was just overthinking. So I cut down the number of hours, but still everything is flowing and I'm much happier. So it's totally a practice, but it works. I just wanted to share that because of what you shared.
That's actually, yeah, that's actually playing the role in a selfless way, without involving I, me, mine. You're doing your work as a practice, as a sadhana. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, and there are more structures like this. If and what I offered to you is just the beginning, and I can help you implement that, and I can work with you if you like that. Yeah, because there is so much more help I can provide to you if you're open to it, right? And if you really want to end suffering, there is a solution. And it may take time, it may take a lot. Yeah. I can't say long time, because it might be like this too. Who knows? You already progressed enough to have it for 3 days. Yeah. See, don't go back into the past again. Yeah. Okay. So that's the good news.
That's the good news. The news is not over yet. I'm a pessimist, man. Just leave me. I'm a born pessimist. I love pessimist.
I born past. Catch that. Don't believe it.
Our biodata is our ego.
Yeah. Ego is the biodata, exactly. Past history, personal history. You'll continue to write your imaginary story of your life based on how you were.
That biodata only makes
Yeah.
me.
Mm.
Otherwise, you will nothing.
Yeah.
But also, your response makes sense, like from the questions you've been asking the past couple of days. If you can't find a guru and you can't find a way back to the experience that you had that was perfection, then of course you're in the hopelessness, right? But there is a way. And
Yeah,
knowing that there's a way, if you do the practice, you can get back there.
Yep.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But the practice is very important sometimes,
Yeah.
I can't do self-inquiry a lot.
Mhm.
It's beautiful, and don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
self-inquiry is the greatest thing I've done in my life. But to continue it for a very longer periods of time,
Yeah.
maybe my brain is not matured enough for that.
Yeah, more structures help, and
Yeah.
that's what I found in this practice. It's not just sitting and meditating, because then it's difficult to do, and you have to balance life and work and everything. But this is such an integrated path that literally from morning to night you can be practicing, and you can experience really high states of mind.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
Different calmness. When I say high, like it's actually calm.
Yeah,
That's
peaceful.
nice.
Mm. Yeah. Don't lose hope.
No, I have no hope, of course. Zero hopes.
Yeah, that's even better actually. Then if you have no hope, you are in the present moment, because hope is about the future, no?
I'm convinced that this world has nothing to offer me.
Again.
What?
I thoughts.
I mean, like, okay, me has convinced myself.
I, me, mine.
Come on, man. There is a way to interact, right?
I know, man. I know. I'm just trying to point it to you, because you're again falling into suffering by believing these thoughts again. Don't fall into suffering again.
The life, the world has got nothing to offer.
That's from your past. And if you believe it, it seems true. When you believe something, in that moment, that seems to be true.
I don't know, man.
And if you continue to believe, it continues to be true. Right? Just for you. I don't know for others, if it won't matter what you believe, but for your personal experience will be colored by your beliefs. So I don't just believe whatever beliefs you have been believing until now. Because you'll just go back into the same thing. Or you won't be able to make a change if you don't examine your beliefs again. Because you'll just go in the same momentum. You have to break that momentum. And it takes effort. It takes noticing. And it's not a thing. I'm just interacting. But when you're saying something, you have some conviction behind it. And I'm asking you to examine that conviction with fresh insight from this present moment. Forget the past. Because if I see that it's very easy to fall back into that suffering if you do that. Even though you know that this can work, even for one moment you've experienced it, if you just fall back into the old way of being, what's the use?
It's a pattern of mind, I think, which has to be broken.
Yes, exactly. Then you have to do the break.
It's the beauty of satsang. You get to see people and what they do. And it's very clear that you're making it true. Every time you say that, you're making it true. They're reasonable conclusions, but even to carry what I said before about doubt, like with another really interesting technique you might be interested in.
Maybe let's not overwhelm him, but yeah,
No,
maybe if it's related, it could help.
Well, it's absolutely central.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely central, because what you're saying very extreme things, and you're attracted to that extremism of mind. But notice when there's a difference between it's like that, like life is suffering. I mean, it's such a blanket across the board 100% statement. It leaves you absolutely no room for doubt, no room for openness. That you know that life is not 100% suffering, even if it's only 99.99%. You've closed down that 0.01% in that moment, because that energy, that thought, that absolutely 100% black and white thought, absolutely shuts you down from openness. So even to recall that one instance where that's not true can be enough to say, okay, maybe right now it'll be different. That's all it is, and that's what Byron Katie is about. Going into, there's a technique called Byron Katie where you would look at all your beliefs, and it's very similar to Satsang and Advaita in that respect, because you would just say, is it true? Now, is it true that life is shit? Like, look at that statement. It's so blanket and complete, and the energy that comes with it's like, fuck, you can't move out of that. But is it true? Yeah, maybe a lot of times it can be painful. Maybe for the last 10 years it's been really mostly shit, but it hasn't all been shit. It's not fair on yourself to believe that. It's a false statement. You're actually creating a false statement even from your own experience.
No, when I said life is suffering, what I meant really was me looking for happiness is suffering. There is always a conditioned self within me which is looking for something which is not satisfactory. There is no satisfaction in the sense I write a beautiful script, I'm not satisfied. I have whatever I have in my life, there is no satisfaction.
If you listen to what I just said, can you imagine why? Because you've already shut it off. There's no room for satisfaction.
Yeah, and it becomes even worse. What happened to me.
But you're doing that. You're actually doing that moment to moment.
Actually, not exactly. I was not like this always.
I know.
Okay, what happened is I was going through my own dip and everything. My story comes back to that experience, whatever happened to me in those 3 days. Now I know for sure that free will doesn't exist, and that makes me more depressed.
said, life is basically shit.
You have to stop.
Like, you have to observe
You have to
yourself.
stop knowing things for sure. That's the problem.
No, I know for sure. But like,
Stop
these
knowing
are-
things for sure. Why do then you say faith?
Know for sure, like,
Then you say faith. I don't believe in faith. What? It's completely just so complicated.
Well, it's actually
Unnecessary. Yes, it's
correct.
unnecessary to go through all that. It's so simple. It's so simple.
Because nothing is black and white.
Yeah.
There is no 100%. It doesn't exist anywhere. So anytime you notice you're saying that, you're convinced. But that's a black and white statement, right? There is no black and white. It's a black and white statement. Yes.
You could do this is how complicated the ego can make it. Ah.
It hurts, put it that way. I mean, you can just see that you're hurting yourself. And we all do it. I do it too. I have a very extreme, I've got an attraction to extremism in mind. I find myself even now, after all these years, falling into extreme states, and I like them. I've got an attraction to that mind. But at some point I've got to say, fuck, I'm hurting myself. Sometimes I'm just hurting myself unnecessarily, and I'm responsible in the end. Doesn't mean I'm enlightened. Enlightenment also isn't a black and white thing. It's a glimpse of something that you know is a spectrum towards which you're moving. It's a truthfulness. You can feel it in your feelings. You can feel it in everything. Every word that means something to you and doesn't. You've got to avoid this clunkiness of black and white thinking. That's your enemy. We all have and we all can do it, depending on the nature of our mind, the strength of our mind.
Sometimes we may not necessarily know that we're doing it.
That's why we have to be slow down and be as aware of ourselves as possible. That's the beauty of it. That's all you have to do, is to slow down and go and find your sincerity, because in that slowness, your own sincerity will arise and you'll remember what you wanted to do. Because if you go out in your mind real fast, you're not going to even remember. And I'm the same. I love speeding up sometimes and I forget. But whenever I finally remember, and suffering drives, it's almost like you look at yourself, you're driving yourself to the most extreme suffering because you want to bring yourself to the edge. You want to bring yourself to the edge. But there is a way back, and it's your silence and your sincerity that will identify what is true for you and what you know to follow. Even this notion of faith, it's like you're hearing that as blind faith. I just blindly believe because somebody told me to think about it. In Buddhism, for instance, there's admiring faith. There's like you get a feel, you get an inkling, it's a seed. And I can see the golden thread. I'll follow the thread. It's got a reason. Faith has a reason. It's never based on nothing. It's a very, sure, you can imagine a person who's so dumb that but even when you said like the 99.9% people who just don't believe in anything, they too have a value in life. I guarantee you, everybody thinks, even if they don't do so with a great deal of subtlety or intelligence, everybody is following their knowing or their own truth to some degree, even if it's not very sophisticated. We're not just blind machines, relatively maybe, but you can see you've got to give yourself the benefit. Like that's what he was trying to do, was to show you give yourself the benefit of the doubt. It's not just faith. You said you even had a feeling about Arunachala. You follow that feeling. That's real. That's real awareness. That's real knowing. You know what ice cream tastes like. You can say, I haven't tasted it today. Well, think about it for a second. You know what happened in those 3 days. That's still in you. You have that. Just because you go, poor me. And look, I've been doing this for decades, and there's still a part of me that's just pure ego. It says, I hate pain, and I hate this and that. But if you ask me, I know. I know that I know, and you know. And he knows that you know. And if you stop yourself knowing, it's your fault because you're choosing to do that. Just recognize you're choosing to ignore your own knowing. And you can actually start listening to it again and say, I value that. That's all I have, is to value what I know. And follow it. and just say, oh, I can't do that. I'm not that kind of person. Blah, 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 blah. It's just bullshit, man. I'm not saying you. We all do this. We all do this.
I'm happy that
Somebody's calling the bullshit.
Yeah. But it's completely within your power. All of us. Even if it's slow, painful, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Hello. Yes, please. Well, you're welcome if you'd like to. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Hello. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, yeah. Oh goodness! Don't make it so complicated. Again, I suffer because I am No, I'm trying to show you something, man. Just you again fall back. Just don't keep falling back into it. When you know the way,
you know me, right? Like I'm just more expressive than others. It's my curse. What to do? So I laugh, I joke around with everything in my life,
then
including myself.
so again, I'm trying to point out to you, not because I want to be right, not because whatever anything, just because I want to help you see that. Just because of that. Because every time you slip back, you're taking away an opportunity to end suffering. And I'm seeing you in these past few minutes do that again and again. You want to avoid finding the solution. Your ego wants to avoid it so badly that even if it's given to you, you will push it away with your foot. You'll kick it away. The ego does that. But the true you wants that so much, is desperate for it. But your ego is desperate to take you away from it. And I want you to notice that, because if you don't stop your ego from sabotaging what you have found already by some grace of the Guru, you can't. You have this pattern of sabotaging. What is so pure and beautiful, you're just wasting it. And you if you don't notice that you're doing it, if you're not aware of that pattern of the ego, you'll never get out of it. And that's what I'm trying to point out to you. I don't mind if you're funny, and I really enjoy your humor and everything, but don't just say, oh, I'm just making fun, and then believe what you're saying. You're going back into the past. I'm just trying to show you this because you were here asking for the solution. I have no business of how you express yourself. Right? Yeah. That's yes. And I'm just saying, just because of that, Yeah. Because if you fall back into the ego and just continue doing what you were doing, what's the use? Right? So forget what has happened until now. Make a fresh start. It's radical, I know, to forget what has happened until now. But sometimes you have to do it. You're new. Nothing that has happened until now defines you anymore. That's your choice to make. If you choose to let your past define you, it will define you. But if you decide that today I'm going to make a fresh start and let my past go, you can get out of suffering forever. It'll take time, of course, but it's possible. Yeah. And that's all I can do. I mean, I'm here to support you, continued support, long warranty period and everything. Phone support, all that is there. I'm with you. You're not alone in this. And if you choose to, that is, I can't impose upon you, of course. But if you want to get out of suffering, I can help you. So just do that one thing that we practiced. Yay! Unnati has finally raised her hand. Woo! I have no idea what time it is. Nobody tell me, please. Let's.
So I've been listening to everything patiently, and I was also a little bit. Sometimes I just doze off in satsang. It happens, but I had to say this because there's no way, because he said so much about it was going on and on and on and on, and I understand how you feel about it because I've been through that. I jumped from 7th floor.
I jumped from 4th floor.
Yeah, 4th floor. Come on, you're joking.
No, I didn't.
You planned it.
Huh?
Planned it not to work, right?
No, not planned it. I have not to work. I really don't know. There was not even a scratch on my body. I walked down, and after that, can you see this marks?
Yeah.
So like I have cut and put cyanide and nothing happened. That bastard has given me wrong cyanide.
So, yeah.
So like I have tried it twice and I left it there.
The thing is that before this, what I did when I tried, I've been suffering from the same symptoms for many years, maybe like 15 years or so. I would go to sleep and I would feel like I just don't want to wake up next morning. I will every night I would pray. I wish there was a way that I don't wake up in the morning, and sometimes I would walk and they're like, I wish I could just run into a bus or something. But I have met these people. I actually met one guy who ran into a bus and he came out alive, paralyzed from the bottom. So it doesn't work until your time has come. You try and it doesn't work. Now I realize this. So after 15 years of contemplating suicide and tried once, like I was in hospital for 4 months, four surgeries in and out. I was bedridden. I couldn't move my leg. Couldn't walk. My brother and sister, they had to actually physically lift me and take to the hospital. Like it was so much real suffering, which for me it was not a suffering. My suffering was before that. This 15 years of suffering, going into my story again and again, it's like vicious circle, you cannot get out of it because you love your story. You love your story. It glorifies, oh my God, I'm so much in pain. Oh my God, I'm so sad. The world is so bad to me. Oh my God, how can God do this to me? Oh my God, I'm so miserable. Life is so difficult for me. Why me? Such a glorifying your own story. It's like you are a hero of your story, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly I fall from the building and then the whole story is gone. There's no story. 4 months I was in real pain, real suffering. I could see my whole family was in suffering, but that was not a suffering. It was a way out. So sometimes it's I saw myself, I was not like this story was gone, there was no suffering here. And sometimes it's difficult. I never imagined myself that I'll put my family into this position because that's not, this was the last thing I ever wanted. In fact, when I went to jump, I was on the 5th floor and I thought, okay, what if I survive? I'll be paralyzed and I don't want to be myself in this position. So I went 1 floor up. So
that's how I tried. But the thing is that I realized that this is all bullshit. This whole story, it's a bullshit, and you have to drop it. There's no other way. That's the only way. Drop it all. There's no other way. You can go to counseling, you can go to satsang, and satsang helped me a lot. Yeah, but actually, and even coming into Tiru, I lived in Tiru, I went to ashram and ashram, I went to mountain, I had a boyfriend who was a Buddhist monk, and he was meditation. I had amazing, beautiful meditation experiences, and it was like, again, same thing, like he said, I want to go, I want the same experience again. Oh my God, I want it so badly. It's like that, and the life is a misery without that meditation experience. It was like that. Like, I want it every day, every single time I meditate, I want the same experience. It's so beautiful. But it doesn't happen. It's just happened. It was, but I cannot, I'm like craving for it, but then I realize it's like an addiction. Like so many other addictions, spirituality is also an addiction. It's not a bad word in the sense, but it's like I feel, yeah, you can work for it. You can work on it, learn new techniques. All this is all learning. It's a path. Yeah, you learn, you fail, sometimes you do good, sometimes you do bad, and it's a process. And somebody asked me that, oh, you did this, you tried to commit suicide even after coming to Tiru. Your spirituality didn't help, and even your boyfriend who is a Buddhist monk and who gives talks about all this, spirituality and all this, it doesn't help. I said, nobody can help me myself until I accept myself as I am, until I help myself, right? That's what I realized, that I was looking for somebody, some guru or some place or some city that will come into, I'll go and I'll meet something and somebody, and my suffering will be taken away. No, it doesn't happen. It's your own creation. So you have to deal with it. You cannot say that, oh, I'll take a pill and my suffering will end. Maybe a pill will help. Yeah, but it will, yeah. Like supplements can have some things there can be aiding situations, like meditation can help, like doing pradakshina can help. So there are so many things. Something might help some person, different things will help with different people, right? There's no prescribed formula for this because everybody's own journey. But I would just suggest that just drop the story, because that's what I learned from my lesson, from my whatever happened. My intense 15 years of yearning for ending this suffering. Yeah. And when I tried it, it ended the suffering, but in a different way. I accepted myself. This is me. And this is my shit. And this is the biggest acceptance, and that's the drop of the story. Okay, this is it, and there's nothing more I can do about it.
Wow.
So that's all. Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it's coming from experience, and I really appreciate you sharing that. Thank you so much. And I hope you see that too. It's possible for you too. Yeah, it's different. Don't take the wisdom. Take the wisdom. Don't rationalize around it.
Yeah. You can argue for hours, but you have to take the crux, the bottom of the story.
More than him, I can relate to you, to be very honest, because like your thing is coming from the true source, which I can relate it like this.
Yeah. Most of my life.
Because when you said when you explained your story, that's the most beautiful thing happened today in Satsang, more than anything else, is your story. Because I can clear-cutly see and experience what you're experiencing right here, right?
Yeah. When you said, I can relate to your story also, but then the whole thing changed, and that's more beautiful, because that was not real pain, This 15 years, it was all in my head. I created all that. It was not real. When I couldn't walk, when I had everything tied up in this dressing and all that was real pain, which for me it wasn't pain. because for me this was nothing. Okay, it was like temporary thing. I cry for 2 minutes and that's all right. That's okay. It comes and goes. It was like that. But real suffering was, it was in my head. Yeah, this was before my fall.
I understand exactly.
Yeah. So, and I've done that. I've been to psychotherapy. I have done counseling session. I tried.
Yeah, even I
Yeah, because this is the thing that people suggest, and then but it was also giving me a more thing to like go in the loop, and so I think it didn't help me. But I would suggest anybody who is contemplating death and suicide, then you should try that also, and try other. There are so many things you can try, therapies and this and this. Yeah. But the best part is just this is your shit and you have to deal with it.
Now I don't
And
want
you
to
have
do
to
that.
drop it. If you want to get out of it, then it's you only, you can do it. Nobody else will do it for you.
I don't want to commit suicide after
Yeah.
realizing that there is no point for it, but my understanding of it is completely different. I mean, but your experience
Yeah.
is very similar to mine. Like, it's not 7th floor, unfortunately it is 4th floor.
Yeah.
But still I survived.
Yeah.
Not even a scratch on my body. That is when I realized there is no point in trying this again. Because the air travel which happened from 4th floor to the ground floor, that felt like eternity to me. That point I realized there is no point in forcing this experience which I don't deserve. But this question which I asked about why not commit suicide comes from that place of my life, or that point of my life, not to convince myself to commit suicide or do anything, but it is another way of asking, life has no meaning to it, and how to end the suffering.
I understand. Yeah, this is suffering. Life is suffering. Then why not just end it? Before I did that, I was going to Devaki Ma's Satsang, and Devaki Ma said the same thing. This committing suicide is not end of suffering. You are taking it further. You are taking it to the next.
That question too.
No, I didn't ask. Somebody asked. I was just Somebody asked the question, and she said the same thing, that committing suicide is not end of suffering. It's actually you are carrying the karma forward, and it is even more complicated after you commit suicide. But that becomes your karma too. So it's even you have to work through that too. But now I know, after being in a spiritual place like this, that now the body is not your this thing, like your life. Yeah, your life is not for this stay in this misery, and all this misery is there, but you don't have to stay in that. It comes and goes, like good experiences, bad experiences, and also that you have to the spiritual, like if you're talking about enlightenment, so your body is also an instrument which you can use for enlightenment, like do so many things, right?
Yes.
It's not you are not meant for suffering unless you choose for it. Yeah, you can always choose. There is suffering, there is no escape to that, but you can choose to be in it, or you can just go past it. It can be a grace for sorry.
I said you're amazing.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. So it's also a grace, because I wouldn't be this happy if I had not broken my leg and I was not walking all that year. I was 4 months. It was such a pain to see my family in suffering. But for me, I feel now I'm not in suffering. I'm free. It's just this leg is broken, but my brokenness has been repaired.
I asked one sadhu, I jumped from 4th floor and nothing happened to me. I was talking like I was suicidal for different reasons. He said, next time, try a rope. That guarantees you the result.
I have met when I went from you see, I couldn't walk. I was in the bedridden. People had to lift me to take me to the hospital. And then slowly I started putting one leg down, and I was standing on my one leg. Then I was on crutches. I was on a wheelchair, and before first wheelchair and then crutches, and then slowly I started walking with help of one hand, and so it was a like long process. And when I went to physiotherapy, I met people who tried commit suicide, and they were like actually they researched so many options like how to do this, and yeah, but it doesn't work. For so many people it doesn't work, so you have to see there is a reason why.
Morphine overdose is the simplest.
Yeah,
I done the
there
same
is a
thing for
reason
6
because
months.
your time is not right.
Yeah.
The God is you have your karma to do here. That's the reason why you are not it won't work for you. Right.
Not work for me. That's where
Yeah.
I understand what you mean. No, I really appreciate.
So the bottom line I want to say is just drop the story and come out of the loop.
Yes.
That's all I can say.
Yes.
And nobody will do it for you. You have to do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You summarized it so well too. Just drop the story. Drop the story. Yes. That's exactly what you do. Drop the story. Don't hold on to it. Don't go back into the same loop. Ah. Great. Looks like we are somewhere way over time. I have no idea even. Oh, yeah. Is that a hand raising or okay? Way over time. Yes. 4.5 hours. That's a nice new record. But yeah, this was intense and it was nice. Yeah, last satsangs, this is the last time, so bring it all, bring it up, bring it on. Yeah, yeah.
We'll do it in Bangalore now.
Oh yeah, let's do Bangalore satsangs now. Okay, I don't know how many people are still online. Nobody, thank goodness. Yes, okay, yeah. And they've had enough.
They're all profoundly enlightened and they've I think it's 7:30.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for coming up here and being vulnerable and being brave to bring up this in front of people, bringing it into the light. I know how hard it is. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it, and I'm with you. I'll do whatever I can to help you if you're open to receive that, of course. And yes, thank you so much for sharing that authentic expression of your wisdom. Yeah. Mm.
I also understand when you were telling him like be open, and he was like, what do you mean by that? And
Yeah.
because he's so much resistance.
Yes.
You can
Yes.
see this, and I can understand this, but now because I feel I'm open more, so I can see that maybe I was not before like this. I
Yeah.
was maybe before like him. What do you mean by open?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
It's very easy to be.
yeah.
Yeah. But you do what you can. You have to start somewhere. Start where you are at. Yeah. All right. Thank you all, and good night.
Thank you.